Hey, everybody, this is Craig Garber. Welcome to Everyone Loves Guitar. We got Richard Bennett back on the show with us today. He's just a lovely human being and probably one of the most talented guitar players you'll ever hear, and certainly one of the most, if not the most successful sidemen I've had the privilege of meeting. And he was on the show a while before. I'm going to add his original interview to the back of this one in case you didn't hear it, because it was a great interview, and he's just an awesome guy. So real quick, as I mentioned, one of the most successful sidemen I've had on the show. Lovely, genuine guy. I've come to know him over the last couple of years since we first met. He's been a studio and touring guitarist with Mark Knopfler since '94, and he spent 17 years and 12 albums before that in the same role with Neil Diamond. I'm going to give you a very abbreviated version of some of the people he's played with. We'd need an hour just to go through that. He's also produced Neil Diamond, Steve Earle, Emmylou Harris, Joel Sonnier, Marty Stuart, and others. And small sample of the people he's played with since his first session in 1968, when he was 5. Ringo Starr, Lonnie Donegan, Conway Twitty, Sammy Davis Jr., Johnny Mathis, Roseanne Cash, Ray Price, Waylon Jennings, Smokey Robinson, Gladys Knight, the Four Tops, Barbra Streisand. The diversity of all these bands is what's so freaking cool, Richard. Chubby Checker, Glen Campbell, Duane Eddy, T-Bone Walker, Billy Joel, Helen Reddy, Vince Gill, Sheryl Crow, literally hundreds of others, about a dozen movie soundtracks, including the Wrecking Crew documentary and one of my favorite movies, Westworld. Richard yeah, man, this is awesome. Richard just released his 7th solo instrumental album called Tall Tale Tunes. The record is beautiful. Richard's just a master composer. The melodies are beautiful. His arrangements are awesome. And, the cool thing about listening to you is your playing is always great, but you leave so much space, man, to let everything integrate. And that's a talent that's hard to, not a lot of people have that. And, that's about it, man. Thank you so much for coming back on the show.
Thanks for having me, Craig. It's good to be back with you. And now all the embarrassing stuff is over.
He's genuinely he's super mellow, man. This is awesome. Man, so what was your motivation to put a record out? It takes a lot of, drive to do that nowadays, even.
Yeah, I suppose it does. I don't know. I had a collection of tunes, and I'm always writing. And after I got my very first album out, Themes from Rainy Decade, about 20 years ago, I became addicted to making these records now. Having gone from never wanting to put an album out, having no desire to do that, it kind of did a 180, and now I always love having an album in the works on the back burner and something going, So I'm always writing. So if I'm writing, I'm recording.
Excuse me. What's the most compelling part of the process that has you so hooked?
All of it. It's the buzz of writing a tune, and then seeing it through the actual recording of it. I love recording. Obviously, I've been doing that since 1968. That's all I know how to do. But I really enjoy the whole process of it. And as I say, just having over the course of a couple of years of just getting an album together slowly, it's always nice to have it perking away in the back of your mind all the time. You think I'm thinking about it.
Yeah. Do you do all the engineering and the mixing as well?
No. I'm hopeless with anything. Like I said earlier, I'm lucky to be able to hook this thing up to even talk with you. I'm so non-technical, and so no, I definitely have to go to a studio and do it with an engineer.
Yeah. The record is what you call in the old days folk music, but it's not folk music like all acoustic guitar. Today it'd be classified, I don't like this word, as Americana.
Oh, I'm so glad you don't like that word, because I don't like that word either. It's become a giant dumping ground for so much stuff. But more than anything, what pisses me off are words that get repurposed for something else. And to me, Americana is like, I don't know, Carl Sandburg and Grandma Moses and Aaron Copland and people like that. And now it's just become a kind of a giant dumping ground for, an artist friend of mine says Americana is people who wish they had a song.
But it's like if it's either metal, blues, country, or Americana. That's it.
Yeah.
I agree with you, man. It's a weird word. What prompted you to sort of write in this folk music genre?
Well, I didn't do it purposely, but over the course of these 20 years of making records and writing, just every once in a while, a tune would kind of deliver itself to me, and it would have a very folksy. I heard it as a very folksy melody, and they never quite fit into whatever album I was working on at the moment, and so I started a separate little folder with the word folk written across it. And, I'd write them out on manuscript and I'd throw it in the folk folder. And that was it. And this is over the course of 20 years or so. When I was finishing up the last album, the Ballads and Otherness album, I was already thinking that I'd like to do something different for the next one. I didn't know what that would be or what it would look like. But anyway, I was in the middle of just wrapping up mixes and things for the last album, and a couple of these tunes just kind of gave themselves to me within about a week. I wrote them out on manuscript, and I went and put them in the folk folder, and I was surprised how many had accumulated in there. And I sat down and I started playing through them, and I was very pleasantly surprised how many of them still held water for me as compositions that still held my interest. And I thought, my God, here it is. Here's the next album right here in the folk folder. So it just kind of gave itself to me. I didn't really sit down purposely to write that. Although once I began recording, I actually then did start writing a couple more for the album with that in mind. But most of those tunes have been hanging around for a while.
You said a few times that they gave themselves to me. Is that how you look at when you write, that the tunes gave themselves to you?
Yeah, sort of. The idea, the seed of it. And it really is true, that old cliche of being 10% inspiration and 90% perspiration. Because then you really got to roll your sleeves up and go to work. But the actual germ of these things, they're gifts, I don't know where they come from. Sometimes I'll be out on a walk and a little half of a melody will go through my head. Or if I've got a guitar in my hands and just mindlessly doodling away, sometimes something good will come in,
That's awesome. Yeah. But, we're calling these folk songs, but to me, like, a lot of these songs could be on Eagles records. It's I don't.
Sorry, on Eagles records?
They're rock. They're rock. Some of these tunes are rock tunes. I
Right.
Like when I say folk to myself, even I think of, Grandma Moses, or I think of, stuff, like guys sitting in the Appalachian, playing that kind of, with big, thick acoustic guitars. And these songs are not like that.
Right. Well, I really went back and forth a lot about whether I even wanted to call it folk and identify it as anything, because I don't like pigeonholing anything.
Sure.
But of course, I'm the guy who wrote folk across the.
Well, but that only has to mean anything to you.
Yeah,
Right?
Well,
Yeah.
but to me, if you strip away the production and any of it, if you just get it down to the melody of these tunes, and you can even get them down to 2 or 3 chords, I've chosen to expand them in different ways. Some of them are like movie, like folk you'd hear in, like Dmitri Chopkin would write or something.
Like a score. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So I've purposely chosen to treat them in different ways as opposed to, the typical acoustic.
Yeah.
And also expand them harmonically as well.
Oh, you did a great job with that. They are beautiful songs, man.
So, but at their heart, they're all very folky melodies. They're very simple melodies.
Yeah.
So, I did want to put that folk stamp on it, and if any folkies hear it, they'll probably curse me, but I don't.
Hey, that's their problem, not yours.
There's, in fact, I used the quote. I'm going to read it here verbatim.
Yeah.
Big Bill Brunsey quote, and I used it in the album. All the songs I ever heard in my life was folk songs. I never heard horses sing none of them yet. There you go.
There you go, man. Did you play all the instruments on the record?
No, I don't like doing that. I always like having other musicians, and I may do a couple of guitar parts, but I rather have somebody else play them. Yeah. Even if I dictate what it is, it's other people's fingerprints on the thing, other than my own on everything. I kind of got over that thing of me playing everything. I think with Steve Earle's Guitar Town album, which I played damn near everything on it, guitar-wise. And the thing is, you get it exactly how you want it. It's all just perfect. And that, I don't know. Then you listen to it. It's like walking into a house of mirrors or something. You can't get away from yourself.
Yeah.
And I can kind of spot that when other people do that. So I do prefer other people to play. Now, that said, there is one tune that I kind of loaded up myself on this record, which is, what was it? The Gallows Dawn.
That's one of my favorite songs on the record.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
But apart from that, it's, I usually have my son come in and play guitar with me, and I always use a rhythm section when I'm recording.
But you did all the lead work on this, I'd assume, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Where did you record this? You said you went into the studio locally in Nashville?
At my friend George Bradfeud's studio. And George engineered it, and has engineered, I think, 6 of the 7 albums I've done.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's great. He's
phenomenal, man.
He's a fabulous guitar player and musician. He'd be a great guy for you to interview. Fabulous guitar player, anything he puts his hands on, but he's also become a great recording engineer.
Oh yeah, the mix and everything on the records are so clean, man. It's just awesome.
Yeah, and he's great, and he's very quiet. But if you get yourself painted into a corner, which invariably I do, he'll just have the greatest suggestion, and man, he'll just get you right out of that corner. You won't have any paint on your feet.
That's cool.
He's terrific. And he lives in Jim Reeves' old house. You remember Jim Reeves, great country singer?
No.
From the 50s and 60s.
No.
Fabulous. Anyway, Jim had his basement. The basement there was their rec room, and also he had a small demo studio there at the house. And so anyway, that's where we record, at Jim Reeves'
cool, man.
house. Yeah.
That's really cool. Hey, I want to talk about a few of the tracks I really enjoyed. The first one is Arcadian Bells. The slide guitar on there, it was really cool. It reminded me like of an one of those old coal engine locomotive trains.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's intentional or that's, everybody has their own. It was really cool. So talk about that. And then also what did you do recording wise to get that tone?
Yeah. Well, it's actually Akkadian, not Arcadian.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Akkadian bells.
No, it's okay. Which is where the Cajun people come from. And Cajun is a corruption of Akkadian.
Oh, okay.
Just like Injun was a corruption of Indian. So that's a very Cajun style of playing steel guitar. They do a lot of hammer-ons with a bar and pull-offs and kind of a lot of sweeping with the bar, a lot of sliding around and all of that.
How did you learn all that?
I listen to records.
Amazing. I mean, that's a very specific, tight little niche there. You're not hearing that on the radio.
No. It's from, I have 7,078s in my collection and all kinds of records. And I've just listened all my life to old music and all kinds of music. So anyway, the Cajuns approach everything in a different way. If you listen to real Cajun music from the 20s and 30s and 40s, their whole approach is completely different to accordions, to fiddles. And when they started using steel guitar, kind of in the 40s maybe, they had their own take on it. So it was emulating that. And as far as the recording of it, I didn't want it to sound well recorded. I wanted it to sound like it was recorded, in the back of a TV repair shop in Crowley, Louisiana or something.
Yeah, it was rustic, man. It was very cool.
Yeah, rough. I wanted it rough. As opposed to everything else on the album, which is really well recorded. I didn't want this well recorded. So what we did is, there's a back room, a little storage room in the back of the studio there at George's. And we all piled in there, drums, accordion, rhythm guitar, and me, and the amp in there, everything just in there. And everything had a mic on it, but it was so tight that everything was bleeding into the other thing, which is exactly what I wanted. It came out exactly how I wanted it.
That's very cool.
Yeah, it was nice and tough sounding.
What guitar and amp were you using, if you remember?
Yeah, it's a 1940s Rickenbacker Bakelite Hawaiian guitar.
Wow.
And I'm trying to think, the amp, I think George has an amp over there at his place, was a little Premier amp. And it's just a little student practice amp.
I don't think I ever told you this, and if you want me to edit this out, I will. After we did your first interview, a guy sends me an email, and he said, please don't tell this to Richard. I've done a lot of work for him in his house over the years. I didn't know in what capacity, I didn't ask. And I just want you to know he has more guitars than perhaps any human being on earth.
Wow. I wonder who that was.
I don't know. I don't remember the guy's name. I don't even know if he signed his name. I wasn't going to ask him. He's very complimentary of you after that. He's a lovely guy. How he came off is how he really is. But it was really funny. But he said it like he was like telling me like a dirty secret. Don't let anybody know. I'm like, okay. You mean that a guitar player in Nashville has a lot of guitars? Okay, I won't. But it was really funny how he said it, man.
That's funny.
Then the song that I had, Gallows Dawn, like I said, is one of my favorites. I can sort of hear a Knopfler influence in that, and I was curious if you hear it.
I did I did once I got into playing it, and it wasn't intentional, and I didn't do it on purpose. But I've been around the guy for about 30 years now, and
Yeah.
You got to be made out of Teflon for something not to stick on you a little bit.
Of course. Yeah. And it's not a Knopfler song by any stretch, but I just heard the influence just in the guitar playing, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. It's there. It's there. A part of it is, that was a tune that I played with my fingers as opposed to a pick.
Do you like doing that better?
Actually, I do that more and more now than I ever have in the past. It's seldom that I play with a pick now, to be honest with you.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's great.
If I'm playing rhythm guitar, if I'm sloshing rhythm, then I'm using a pick. But, I've gotten very comfortable with my hands, and that's definitely Mark influence.
Yeah. That's wonderful, man.
And the Les Paul, the Les Paul sound is very Mark, as well as his Strat sound. And
this might just be something I fabricated in my head, but it sounded like in that track, your soloing seemed a little higher up the neck, where the song right before it, which was called In Sweeter Days, you tended to play lower on the neck. So I was curious, A, is that even accurate, or is it just how I heard it? And B, do you consider things like that when you play songs together, on records? Because I've been told that, you don't want to have two songs that are very similar, and you want to try to have differences and stuff like that.
When sequencing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like in the order of the songs that you're playing.
Yeah. Well, as far as the sequence goes, that doesn't bother me really. It's just how one thing follows the next and leads into the next is more important to me, and then how it sits as a whole. Not that people listen to whole albums anymore, but that kind of old-fashioned stuff is important to me. No, I don't know. It's just how that tune shook out, and how it developed. Yeah. How I tried to develop the thing as a hopefully an interesting piece for 3 or 4
that's a
minutes,
beautiful song,
whatever
man.
it is. That too, to me, is a very folky. It's very British to me, as opposed to Celtic, Scot or Irish. It's to me that tune is very English, British sounding, just in its composition.
I have some more questions about that track. In the beginning of that, on the same track, there's some what I felt were very important keyboards in the beginning. Was that you playing, or was that somebody else?
No, that's a good friend of mine, Dave Hoffner.
Okay.
Yeah.
It sounded great, and I was just curious. Like in the beginning, it sounded like a conventional piano, but then later it sounded like a harpsichord almost. And was that what that?
That was not a harpsichord. It was, in fact, I've got it right here if you want to see. It's a mandolin guitarophone from the 20s, 1920s.
Holy smokes, man!
And this originally, by the way, had sort of a keyboard-looking thing that you'd hit a hammer, and there was a hammer attached to a thin steel band that when you depressed the note, it would kind of bounce because of the steel, So it would kind of bounce this note on here. I think that's where the mandolin part came from, like a tremolo mandolin. And also each string is doubled, so it's 2 octaves of a C. It's horribly out of tune, but you get the idea. Anyways, terribly out of tune. But that's that instrument that you're hearing as a...
That sounded cool as hell on the record.
As a harpsichord. And I just put it on my lap, and I doubled the melody with this. I just play it with a pick. And that's what you're hearing.
Yeah, that sounded great.
And then these cross groupings are tuned to chords. Again, it's not tuned up now, but so you can get 4 chords out of it, and 2 octaves of a C chord in the key of C. And then if you're in a different key, then all you have to do is kind of retune the accidentals, the sharps or the flats, and then that puts you in that key.
Where did you get that thing?
This belonged to my buddy Al Casey.
Oh, the guy who taught you.
Yeah, well, he was my mentor.
Like your mentor, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember
he was
that.
One of the Wrecking Crew boys.
Wow. And what made you, I'm always interested, how did that enter your head to say, oh, I mean, you have so many instruments, you have so many arrows in your quiver. Like, what made you pull that one out?
I don't know. You're looking for a sound. So, I just thought it would be a good sound to do, to double that melody with, double the melody in the B section with. So what that is that instrument. It's Dave Hoffner, again, playing a flute organ, doubling the melody. And there's an Irish bouzouki that runs all the way through that song as well. So it's those three components.
Man, that's
making
really
that sound.
Clever to come up with that.
I've used this thing on all kinds of records.
What is it called again? A mandolin?
A mandolin guitarophone. And then they later became known as marxophones, which is more commonly, people would know it more commonly as that now. No, there was a record I did with Marty Stuart called Tempted that I produced for Marty. And, I did a guitar solo, and then halfway through the guitar solo, I doubled the guitar with that mandolin guitarophone. And, man, it just goes bang, it sparkles.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good sound.
It's a phenomenal sound, especially the way you use it, doubling the melodies.
Yeah.
One thing you do on all your records is you always do a great job, I mentioned this in the intro, of allowing each instrument to stand on their own, but the sum of the musical parts is always outstanding, which means you're a really good arranger. Do you enjoy arranging? And
I do.
Does that come natural to you?
I love it. Yeah. I love it. My only regret, I don't have many regrets, but I really do regret not studying arranging.
Right.
Orchestral arranging and doing strings and horns and stuff. I have to leave that aspect to others, and I can certainly convey my ideas, but as far as rhythm section stuff, kind of record making, I love arranging.
You do phenomenal.
I see myself as that more than being a guitar player or more than being a record producer. I always felt I was more of an arranger than a producer. And I guess I can get pretty bossy with telling people what to do. Hopefully in a nice way. I can never be.
That's funny. I couldn't imagine you being
mean
like
to people, but I'm pretty well. When I was producing, I pretty well had the record in mind before we went into cut. Each song. I pretty well had the light at the end of the tunnel already in mind. So it's just a matter of conveying that and getting other people on board as well with that.
Sure. I know I've seen and we've talked about your pedal board, and I know you have a fairly elaborate pedal board for when you're on the road with Mark, but in your solo stuff, you're not using a lot of effects, are you?
No, nothing. Straight into an amp.
That's what I thought. Straight
in. And as far as my pedal board with Mark, it's actually very simple. It's delay, tremolo, and overdrive. It's sort of the holy trinity.
Oh, that's it?
That's it, I never have been much of an effects guy, and I think part of that is because I'm not very technical. I'm terrible with any kind of technology and stuff. I barely hook a pedal up.
Yeah.
So I just don't bother with it. And it has sort of served me well in that kind of the pure guitar tone has kind of become my thing.
Yeah.
If anyone has a thing, that's my thing. But I found it worked really well in the studios as well because invariably there'll be two guitar players on a date. And if both guys are really processed, it's just a wad of garbage to me,
Yeah.
So if one guy's processed, that's great. And if I'm clean, then there's two separate guitars there.
Sure. I totally get that.
Yeah.
I'm the same as you. I'm not a technical person. I don't use a lot of pedals, but I like what you said, the holy trinity: delay, tremolo, and overdrive.
Yeah.
It pretty much is. That's it,
Yeah.
man.
I mean, as far as recording goes, the only thing that I'll use before it hits a mic is tremolo, if I'm using any tremolo. And, it'll either be in the amp or, if not, then I'll use a tremolo pedal or something.
What's a good tremolo pedal you'd recommend?
Well, the old Dunlop tremolo pedals were great. I don't even know if they still make them, but they were purple, and they were fantastic. They were just great. And then the pedal board that I'm using with Mark, and will occasionally use the tremolo from recording, is a Bonato.
Sage, yeah.
Yeah, Sage.
Yeah.
And he really makes great stuff.
Yeah.
Really good sounding stuff, I think.
You have a song on the record called The Ballad of Johnny Trem. I guess I could have Googled this. Who is Johnny Trem? I didn't think, I just, something told me, I said, don't Google it because there's not going to be an answer.
Yeah, there is an answer. Johnny Trem is John McCusker. John McCusker is a well-celebrated Scottish folk musician, fiddle player by trade, but he plays wonderful cittern and whistles and all kinds of things. Really a lovely, lovely guy. And he's been playing with Mark for a number of years. And so anyway, at some point, occasionally, we'll need a third hand on a guitar. Mark will have his hands full, and I'll have my hands full. And he began turning to John, who really isn't a guitar player by trade, but to play some electric guitar now and again. And usually what it would entail would be a simple strumming of a chord with tremolo on it. Well, I started calling him Johnny Trem, and the name kind of stuck. And then I thought, man, that would be great to write a song called The Ballad of Johnny Trem.
Touche, man.
So I finally got around to it.
That's so funny. So you basically busting your buddy's balls in music.
Yeah.
That's cool, man.
Johnny
Did he listen?
Trem.
Did he listen to it?
Yeah, he said
good.
he liked it. I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's really nice to have someone write a song for you, though.
Yeah.
And then also, I love the song "The Harvest Home." I thought it was a beautiful acoustic guitar track. Great song to close the record with. And here I'm getting a little anal, but your mic placement and the recording was so awesome on there. I mean, it was literally like I'm old school. Like I have big speakers. Like my kids come here and like, what did why do you have this? And and I'm just upset that they're not going to want them one day. But anyway, I digress. Anyway, it was like the guitar was right here, man. Yeah. That was magic. How did you make that
It was
happen?
well recorded. That's a George Bradfield question. Honestly, I couldn't even tell you what mic he used, but he sure recorded it well.
Oh.
And the guitar is a 0021 Martin. And
beautiful track, man.
Probably the oldest song on the album. That's from the early 90s. I've had that song since then.
It's nice, man. Does it feel better or does it feel special when you make something like that come to life so many years later? It's got to be kind of a cool thing, no?
Yeah, it is, to finally realize it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and have it tangible. That's kind of the reason I keep making these records against all conventional wisdom. Is that, you write something and you want to see it through. You want to make it real and get your ideas across, and then have it be there, and then you can boot it out the door and move on, So as long as I'm still writing and can play well enough to sort of pull these things off, I'll keep making records.
I have a question for you. You have such a command of music in general, whether it's writing or playing. It's so ingrained in you, and you're it's you at this. This is a part of you. When you're writing, there's always a temptation to keep tweaking this or changing a chord, or is this inversion the right inversion, or is that inversion? But your songs always flow just right. Okay, so I know from being a copywriter myself, I write long form copy. I'm not writing little ads of, here's this widget with a price tag on it. I know that from doing that, when things flow smoothly in your writing, it's interesting because to the outside world, the perception is just, man, you just crank these things out. But at least for me, it's the opposite, because to make it so clean and smooth, you got to freaking toil over that thing. And, the verbiage, and it's the same thing I would bet in writing music. Is that accurate? Like, because your stuff is so clean because you've labored over it.
Absolutely. I lived with these things so long before I dare enter a studio with them. And, there's a couple of aspects. There's the writing aspect of it, which, sometimes it comes quickly, sometimes it doesn't. You really have to ponder it. And as you say, maybe this note is better than that one, or this chord. You're always playing around with chords and harmonically, the harmonic structure of things, as well as the notes. You want to milk all the right notes out of it, and also get what an old songwriter friend from Tin Pan Alley used to call the choke notes. So, you'd be a melody coming along, and then all of a sudden there'd be one note, and it would just kind of, choke you up a bit. And you're looking for that stuff all the time. So there's that aspect of it. And then once I've got the thing to where it holds water for me, then I take that writer's hat off. I'm not even thinking as a guitar player when I'm writing these things. I can play it on any old guitar. It doesn't even have to be in tune very well. I'm not even paying attention to that. But then when I take the writer hat off and put the player hat on, that's when I really tune the guitar and spend a lot of time playing these songs, because every time you play them, they reveal something else to you in big ways or in small ways. Maybe it's just something how you finger something differently, a smarter way of getting from one note to the next, a smarter note occasionally, your phrasing. You're always finding things and distilling it down. And also you're finding what to play, but more importantly, you're finding what not to play. You're getting rid of all the garbage, that we all tend to play, So it's really eliminating, hopefully, the junk or the mediocre stuff, or just the day-to-day stuff. And it's a distillation. It's a grooming and distillation process for me.
Which isn't easy. That's a lot of work. Because, how many times, knee-jerk reaction, how many times do you think you've played a song before it gets recorded? Oh, God. Including snippets of the song,
Yeah, I don't know. Hundreds of times.
Yeah.
Hundreds of times.
That's a lot of work.
100 or 200, more than that.
Yeah.
I'm playing them all the time, working them.
Yeah.
So it's a nice process. It's a lazy process, because lazy the way I make records, in that I don't go in with a dozen songs and spend 3 or 4 days tracking them, and then have to deal with all of this stuff, playing it. And I just work up a tune at a time, and I get it just nice how I want it, and then I go in and record it, and in a day or two, that's done. That song is done unless there's any additional sweetening to go on, like horns or strings or something. But for the most part, that's done. I throw it on the pile and move on to the next thing. And it's a real clean way for me to record. And it takes a lot of the pressure off the recording process for me. So I can really focus on one thing, you know.
So when you say you go record it, you'll go into the studio with George and lay that track down, and then you'll see him again in 3 months or 2 months later?
Exactly.
Is that how it works?
Exactly.
Okay,
right.
so you're literally going in and recording it start to finish, final version.
Yeah.
Okay, so a few questions. That choke note, do you actually, I'm assuming you're not sitting there like I would be, I got to find the note. You're just playing, you know, because I don't have your talent, you know, but you're just as part of these hundreds of reps, if you want to call it that. Each one is you're trying different things, and ultimately you're looking for those choke notes, but you're not like, I got to find the choke note. That's how that's how I would be. I'm like, it's a treasure, like it's a bird. Yeah. No,
you stumble across them.
Yeah,
sometimes.
right.
I mean, sometimes they're written into the tune from the start, but no, often you just find stuff, and you know, often you make a mistake and you go, wow, that was really good. Right. You know, that was a good mistake. Let's look at that again. You know, and was that mistake better than what it was before? And maybe it is. And so you can kind of add that into it. And then maybe it wasn't, you know?
Right.
So
I wanted to talk about this because it's such a laborious process. I mean, it's fun. I know you're not sitting there like, looking at the clock. I got to punch out here.
No.
But this is a lot of work involved that goes into something like this, to making something like this. And I just wanted to point that out to the people listening. This isn't like... because it is so clean and so smooth, it just has this false impression that, you know, wow, this guy just bangs them out. And I knew from my own experience that's not possible. What's going on here, man.
No, it's an idealized version of, you know, what you have in your head. Yeah. And you just try to get as close to that thing you have in your head. You know, it's like... It's never going to be as good, you know, but that's what you're aiming for all the time. There's a great story about, I forgot who it was, a very famous film director, and I forget if it was John Huston or if it was Alfred Hitchcock or something. Anyway, he gave a master class at UCLA, I think at Royce Hall or something. So anyway, the place is packed to the rafters. I mean, it's standing room. They're standing in the aisles. It's just packed. And whoever the compere was, you know, does this great long introduction. 5-minute standing ovation, you know. They finally get settled down. And whoever this director was comes up to the podium there and says, the first thing you're going to have to learn about filmmaking is the movie's never going to be as good as it is in your head. And that's so true about everything, you know?
Yeah.
But that's what you're aiming for, you know? That's your goal.
I've always found
my goal, anyway.
Just writing that down. I've always found that the things that you think are going to be easy always tend to be those things that give you trouble. And the things for me at least, that I'm always like, oh, this is going to be a nightmare. And it never is.
Right.
It's weird how you have expectations and how much that impacts the actual outcome or your perception of it, you know? Strange.
Yeah. I don't know what that's about, but you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
You never take for granted something you think is going to be easy.
Oh, no. That's a kiss of death.
Yeah. Or I don't, anyway. I've been stung too many times that way.
Yeah, I think that's life in general. You start counting your chickens before you hatch.
Yeah, you get in the studio and oh, this is going to be a piece of cake, and it just kicks your ass, you know?
Yeah. Richard, outside of preparing for gigs or sessions or learning material for an album, for an artist that you might be working with or yourself, do you still practice a lot at this point?
No, I do.
Yeah, tell me about that, because your playing is it's just like, it's awesome, man.
No, I and of course, as you get older too, you have to keep an instrument in your hands just to keep your head above water. Sometimes it's not even about advancing; it's just about keeping your fingers moving. You know.
Yeah.
Fortunately, my hands are in good shape. I don't have any arthritis problems yet or anything.
That's great.
But no, I do practice all the time. It's one of the ways I write as well. You know, you'd be working on something else, and again you make a mistake, or you get a little idea from a thing that you're working on out of a book or something, a little concept that you go, wow, man, I could write a tune around that whole little idea there. You know, the concept of it. But the other thing for me too is often when I'm not feeling very creative, as far as my own writing or even advancing myself as a player, I find if I stick my nose in a book, a music book,
right,
and let somebody else take the wheel for a while, and just let that go and get into some other concept, you know, that just kind of breaks open the log jam a bit.
It's like an idea prompt.
It is. It can be. Yeah. But I'm always, much to my wife's chagrin, sitting there in my armchair with some kind of a solid body electric guitar not plugged in, and just running scales and arpeggios and just mindlessly looking out the window and doing it. And it's like going to the gym for your hands and for your mind, you know?
I've never asked anybody this. Tell me like a little bit, like, what is your practice routine?
Well, usually I'll start with that.
Scales and arpeggios.
Scales and arpeggios, and in all positions, starting on different strings. You know, there's about 8 different ways you can play a C scale all up and down the neck. 12 different ways, really. And then you go to the minor, you know, the relative minor of it, and all, you know, so by the time you get done running all your scales and all the keys, that's a good half hour.
Oh, yeah, at least.
That's a good half hour. And, and then arpeggios and so. So, I mean, that's the physical aspect of it. You know, it just keeps your hands in good shape. And then whatever book I may be, diving into, the Johnny Smith book. There's a book called, I think it's called Patterns for Jazz. All different patterns, really. I forget who wrote that book. But no, I've always got 2 or 3 books that I'm poking around into all the time, you know. And it's just a good way, as you say, to break the log jam if you're not feeling creative. And if I am feeling creative, then I've got a guitar in my hands working on tunes, you know.
Do you ever watch like videos on YouTube or take any sort of inspiration or anything from them?
Yeah, not really.
Not your thing.
No.
Not your thing.
No.
Well, thanks. I'm going to check out that.
I probably should be. Believe me, not that I think I know everything.
Well, no, I don't think that you're coming off like that. It's just what you enjoy from a learning source.
Yeah.
If you like books better, great.
Yeah. Well, I'm so old-fashioned that way. That's how I came up. I still prefer reading physical books as opposed to, reading a Kindle thing or something online.
I'm like that as well. I have a Kindle, and I've tried it a couple of times, and every time I try it, it's just, I don't know. It's like kissing my wife with a wax paper over my mouth. It's just I don't know, man. It's just something doesn't connect there. I'm the same with books.
Yeah. I have
listened to audiobooks recently, man. And it was tough for me to do that, but I've enjoyed it.
Yeah. The other thing for me too is I have some sort of, I don't know, deficit, some screen deficit thing or something. I can't sit in front of a screen very long.
Yeah.
Be it a computer or be it a movie or television or any of it. So I tend to be, get more engaged physically with a physical thing.
I totally get that. Okay. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You've made over your career, I have here several hundred, but probably more like several thousand records over your career. What's the most enjoyable thing about making your own records versus being a sideman?
I don't know. I guess maybe because I've written the tune. I'm fully invested. Not that I'm not fully invested when I'm doing outside work. Of course you are. I don't know. And of course, then I can be my own boss.
Yeah. It's almost, maybe it's even hard. It's so different, probably. It might not even be a fair question. It might be like, what do you like better, fishing or baseball? Or they're really kind of separate, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Yeah. I can't explain how it is. The process is still the process of making records. But I don't know. I'm sorry, not to be evasive. It's a terrible answer. I don't have an answer for it.
That's totally fine, man.
Yeah.
What are your favorite songs on the record?
Well, this is going to sound terribly self-serving.
No, it's not. You're not that guy.
Not that way. But I'm not ashamed of any of them, and I like them all because they're all different. They're all good for different reasons. So I can. Believe me, not that I go back and do a lot of rear view listening, but occasionally when I do, or if one comes up or something, I can listen to it without cringing,
They're beautiful. You have some lovely tracks on here, man. I loved In Sweeter Days, The Gallows Dawn, Acadian Bells, like I mentioned. Secrets of June was pretty. I mean, The Harvest Home. There's some great tracks on here. I mean, really a nice record, man.
Thank you. I like In Sweeter Days very much. I like it as a composition, and it's just very simply played. It's not any great shakes as guitar playing, but it's as a composition. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of them all.
Good. Do you ever go out and play these things? Is there any chance anybody's ever going to hear you play this somewhere?
Oh, I don't know.
Outside of coming out of their own speaker.
I don't know. I've always been a reluctant live player. I've never really enjoyed it that much, even when I was a kid coming up, just playing your first gigs and beer joints and stuff when you're really full of it,
Yeah.
And I always preferred, in many ways, I've always felt that maybe I wasn't a real musician because I don't have that kind of dig me gene,
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to get up in front of people and play to feel fulfilled. So
that's really awesome.
Now that having said that, all those years I played with Neil and all these years I played with Mark, I mean, I've played in front of millions of people.
Yeah.
I don't know how, but
there's a difference.
It's not something I have to do.
There's a huge difference in that because when you go home, you're not your self-esteem or whatever your self-worth is. I think people who love that and then, who need to feel that.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're off the road. It's like, they're not comfortable in their own skin.
I know.
It's probably a problem.
It probably is a problem.
Yeah, seriously.
No, for me, it was always if I felt that I'd done a good day's work on a session, on somebody's session, or, you know, if I had a good day recording for myself, man, that's enough.
All right.
I mean, that's everything for me. And I've just been I was so fortunate to be able to land the studio occupation, because it's a perfect place. You know, there's an anonymity to it, and yet you're playing with the finest musicians in the world,
Right.
and you're making something of permanence.
Yeah.
You're making a record, and to me, the record is always better than the live thing. Now, the live thing's just different.
Yeah.
And if you're playing jazz and all of that, that's great. That's great to go, you know, put yourself out there live, and you're going to hear something different when you see that person play live. But I don't know. I just read something. I think it was a John Lennon quote or something. And I want to say it was about Little Richard. And he'd mentioned that he'd seen Little Richard a number of times live over the years. So it's never as good as the record. The record was always the thing, you know. And that's kind of how I feel about records. You know, there's a permanence about them. And it's like a movie, you know.
Give me your knee-jerk reaction. What's your favorite record that you played on? Favorite record you were involved with making?
Oh, boy. Geez, I don't know. You know, there's so many records. Probably my favorite one that I did with Neil Diamond was an album called Serenade. The whole album the songs were great, and the band, you know, that was the road band. And even though I'd been playing on his records for a couple of albums prior to that, that was the first album where the whole band came in. So I was tremendously proud of that at the time. And I listened to it not long ago, and it really still holds up for me. You know?
That's awesome.
Yeah. But, God, you know, there's so many. I couldn't really answer that.
Is there one performance that was meaningful to your performance on a record for any, you know, for any reason? Just something where you walked out of there and you're like, man, if I die tonight, I've already, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. There was a tune on the first Billy Joel album, the Piano Man album, which I played on all of that. But the last song on the album was a thing called Captain Jack.
Yeah, great song, man.
Yeah. And Dean Parks and I were the guitar players on it. And I remember the song being really good, really liking it. And anyway, at the end of the session, everybody was packing out, and I think it was Billy who mentioned, or maybe it was the producer, Michael Stewart, that the riff in that tune, it just wasn't strong enough. It didn't come off strong enough. And of course, I think Dean played the riff. I played the solo in the middle, and I think Dean played the riff. And we were all just kind of using Princeton amps then, because, you know, they were small and they were easy to carry around, and that was it. But they didn't have a lot of heft to them. And by that time, I was really kind of well into, you know, Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd and all of that. And, you know, so I'd begun carrying a couple of larger amps with me. And, you know, when it was mentioned that the riff didn't seem big enough, not to take anything away from Dean. Dean is beautiful, but and played it well. But I said, look, I think it just needs more oomph to it, is all. It just needs a larger amp, which I hauled out, and I think I did it on a Les Paul. And they were all into that then. And And I said, well, if you like that, how about this? And I took out my Dan Electro 6-string bass, and I stuffed it through that amp, and I just doubled the thing down an octave as well. And I remember going home. They were very pleased with that. And I remember going home feeling like I'd done a good day's work, you know.
Was that the riff? It's kind of fuzzy at the end. Yeah. That's a really cool riff.
It's a great riff. It came with the song. I mean, that was part of the composition that Billy brought in. But he wanted it on guitar.
What did you do to make the fuzz on that?
Just turn the amp.
Oh, it was just pure distortion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. And what amp was it? Was it a Marshall?
I don't remember. It may have been a Vox AC30 or something.
Right. That was recorded back in New York, or was that in L.A.?
No, that was in L.A.
Yeah.
At a studio called Devonshire in North Hollywood.
Did you, because that album did so well for him, did that help you? I mean, you've always had constant gigs, but playing on a marquee record like that, does that sort of like raise your visibility?
I think it does, yeah.
I'm
sure it does.
Great record.
I was working a lot back then anyway, doing 2 and 3 record dates a day, so I had work. But no, it was strange that doing that album because I didn't know what to make of it. It wasn't the obvious rock and roll thing, you know. Captain Jack came about as close to it as you could get, but the songs were different, and of course him being a piano player. But it wasn't Elton John, and it wasn't Jerry Lee Lewis or whatever. You know, he wasn't like a piano rocker in that sense. And I don't know. I remember at the end of the project, I think we did it in 3 or 4 sittings, thinking, well, that's very nice, and I didn't give it a second thought until I started seeing billboards on Sunset for Piano Man. And you know, if you go into a record store like Tower or any of the record stores, you know, they'd have posters up on the walls. There's Billy Joel posters. I think, what is that about? What happened there? And then all of a sudden it was huge, you know?
Yeah, that record blew him up for sure.
Yeah.
Wow. He did some good piano playing on that record. Really good. I mean,
Yeah. A lot of people ran him down. I don't know. I think he's extremely talented. I think he's a great songwriter and a great musician.
Yeah.
And, he's terrific. Yeah, I played on that album. Then I played on about half of the one that followed it. I forget what the name of that one was.
52nd Street?
Maybe. I don't know. I forget the name of it.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing those stories, man.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, I could literally talk to you for hours and hours. Let me just tell people, thank you for hanging out, and I always love listening to you. Just a good person.
Thank you.
I just want to turn everybody on to the record. It's called Tall Tale Tunes. First of all, if you haven't listened to Richard's catalog, I mean, he's got some beautiful records, man. And everything about the records is cool. The name of them, the covers of them. I mean, you know, Valley of the Sun, Code Red. I mean, it's just, they're cool records. They're really nice instrumentals, and the music is incredibly well written. The playing, I mean, this is, if you write songs and you needed a reference point of what music should sound like when it's written, listen to any record in this catalog. The new record is called Tall Tale Tunes. You can get it on any streaming services, and you can also buy it on Richard's website. It's Richard Bennett, BENNETT.com. And if you'd like him to sign it, just put a little note in there when you purchase the album, and he'll be happy to do that. And talk about what's going on with Mark. I know you did some recording with Mark Knopfler.
Yeah, we spent all of last February, this is October now, recording the whole month of February in the studio, and put a whole bunch of new great music in the can. And I'm heading back that way next month for another week of recording. So there is an album coming at some point next year, but I couldn't tell you exactly when. But I will tell you that it was the most fun I've ever had recording in almost 55 years of playing on records. We had the best time. There was really heavy protocol because of the virus, you know. So there was no, we tested every other day. There was no pubs, there was no restaurants.
Oh my God, nothing.
Which is, you know, the last two are as much the record-making process for us as the actual recording.
Yeah.
So everything was brought in, these lavish lunches and lavish dinners and oceans of gin and kegs,
poor guy.
kegs of London Pride ale directly from the brewery, which is about 4 blocks away from our studio. But apart from anything, we just, you know, all of us had been through the pandemic for 2 years at that point. And we just enjoyed being with each other so much and being a band again. And then having all this wonderful music to play. And, but it's a miracle we got anything done because we just, you know, it was a million cups of tea, you know, and lunches and cocktails and, not cocktails when we're working, and we just laughed all the time. That's all we did was laugh, you know.
That's great.
Yeah, it was the best time I've ever had making a record.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. So November you're going back, next month you're going back, and you've probably got more than one record in there, I would imagine, for all that recording.
There'll probably be enough for 3, whether it all gets released or not. Who knows? I don't know. Oh, and the other great thing about it was fantastic Greg Lease was with us through the whole
Oh, yeah, I had Greg on the show here.
I'm such a fan of his for so long. And Mark and I both a great fan of his. And you know, Mark just wanted to record with him. So he's become a great pal. And God, a wonderful, wonderful guy. Great steel player in the sense of, boy, talk about just having the exact right thing and no more. You know, he knows just where to lay the note in. And it's just the right thing. Just the right thing. Plus, he's a great guitar player. Yeah. So he played some guitar on the album as well. In fact, he played guitar on one thing, and I played steel on it.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
You know, his career didn't start getting going in sessions till he was close to 40.
Yeah. Well, he told me something when we were together in February that a fellow that a producer that I used to work for in LA, a guy named Jay Center, who I think Jay's great claim to fame was, I think he produced I Am Woman, something by Helen Reddy.
Right.
Which I didn't play on that, but, you know, he'd call me to play on things that he was producing. And he'd often call me to play steel on things. And apparently, I either was booked for another session or maybe I was out on tour with Neil or something. But I couldn't do the call. And he got Greg. And Greg said that the reason that I was the reason for him getting his first session.
Oh, okay.
I didn't recommend Greg. I didn't know Greg then or know of him.
Sure.
So somehow Jay found him through another source, but I guess I was mildly involved.
Yeah, funny how everything's connected sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
That's a good story, man. Thank you.
But he's a lovely guy. God, I think the world would right. Yeah.
Yeah. He's a lovely guy.
You've interviewed him, yeah?
Yeah. I'll send it to you later.
Yeah, great.
I'll send it to you later.
Good.
All right, man. Let me just tell people again, check out the new record, Tall Tales Tunes. Please check out all of the records that Richard has done. They're awesome. And hopefully we'll see him out on tour with Mark pretty soon. And hopefully he'll be coming down here. That would be great. Yeah. And any final words of wisdom?
Don't think so. It's just good seeing you again, man.
Likewise, man. It's always good to talk to you.
Yeah, likewise.
All right, hang on one second, Richard, and we wrap this up. Everybody, thank you so much for listening. If you enjoyed this, please share it on your socials with your friends. We appreciate your support. Thanks very much again to Richard Bennett for coming on the show. Again, please, I don't sound like a broken record, but check out Tall Tale Tunes and the rest of Richard's catalog. He's a phenomenal writer and guitar player and arranger. And most important, remember that happiness is a choice, so choose wisely. Be nice, go play your guitar, and have fun. Till next time, peace and love, everybody. I am out. Richard, thanks for everything, my friend.
Thank you, Craig.
Hey, everybody. This is Craig Garber. Welcome to Everyone Loves Guitar. And, man, I've got a really cool guest today. This is literally one of the most talented and successful sidemen we've ever had on the show. He's a lovely human being on top of that, which is a massive bonus. And just pleased to have him. Richard Bennett. Quick announcement. I just want to thank Jason Ringenberg for hooking us up. Jason, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And also make sure you go to everyonelovesguitar.com/subscribe to subscribe to the show. If you're watching us on YouTube, hit the subscribe button and click that little icon that looks like a bell. We appreciate that. It helps us with the YouTube algorithms. All right, Richard Bennett. Like I said, one of the most successful sidemen I've had on this show. He's extremely humble. He's been Mark Knopfler's guitar player in the studio and on the road for the last 26 years, and spent 17 years before that as Neil Diamond's guitar player, again, both studio and touring. And I just want you to think about the significance of this. These are two of the most talented musicians and artists around, and they literally can have anybody they want, and they had worked with Richard for a combined total of like 43 years. So that's pretty powerful. He's also produced records for Neil Diamond, Steve Earle, Emmylou Harris, Joel Sonnier, and Marty Stuart and others. Sorry about that. And I'm going to read like a really small sample. His sidemen list, we'd be here for 2 hours, but his first session was in 1968. And bear in mind, for most of these artists, or for many of them, Richard just didn't do a one-off. This was a guy who played on 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 albums of these artists. Alabama, Eric Anderson, Big Al Anderson, Joan Baez, Marty Balin, the Bellamy Brothers, Kim Carnes, Diane Carroll, Al Casey, Roseanne Cash, David Cassidy, the Partridge Family, Chubby Checker, Petula Clark, Rodney Crowell, Steve Earle, Vince Gill, the Four Tops, Marvin Gaye. I mean, look at this diversity. This is incredible. Emmylou Harris, Thelma Houston, Waylon Jennings, Billy Joel, which he played on, I think, his first 3 albums, George Jones, Miranda Lambert, The Lettermen, Patty Loveless, Dave Mason, who we had here on the show a while ago, Mac McAnally, who was on here as well, Reba McEntire, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Leroy Parnell was on here, Helen Reddy, Jim Stafford, I love that guy, Nancy Sinatra, Barbra Streisand, Weird Al. Did you play with Chemo West? Or is that
yes. I played on just a couple of things on Al's first album.
Okay.
First album. And I also played on a little EP that he put out just prior to that. So it was kind of prior to Jim, just prior to Jim getting in. And I love Jim. God, Jim is he's a great rock and roll player, but he's a master slack key guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lovely guy too. His it's funny that
he is.
We're talking today. He came on the show a second time, and that show dropped this morning, which is funny.
Oh, good. Yeah. My brother plays drums with Al.
Oh, wow.
And has from day one, pretty much.
That's cool.
Yeah. John Schwartz.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Let me just finish this. This is Duane Eddy, Glen Campbell, The Ventures, and about a dozen soundtracks, including the Wrecking Crew documentary and one of my all-time favorite movies, man, Westworld. I'm going to ask. I remember that movie came out. I was like riveted.
Man, that's like musical whiplash. Just hearing that list, it's musical whiplash. Golly. Yeah, Westworld. I think the arranger was Fred Carlin, as I recall, on that. And the most memorable thing about it to me was that it was like an 8 a.m. call at MGM out in Culver City. and I did a couple of 3 days on it. And holy Christmas, man, getting anywhere in LA, even back then for an 8 a.m. out to Culver City, which was far away from where I was living. Yeah, I earned my money just
Good for
driving
you.
there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Did you have any interaction with like anything outside of the music, or like did you any inside secrets, or that was just such a cool flick?
Yeah, no, I don't. What about the soundtrack?
Yeah.
No, you just turn up and you've got a sheaf of cues on your stand, and man, you set them up and knock them down and on to the next one. I don't even know that I saw the movie. Maybe I did.
Oh,
but
so
I was
cool.
really amazed a few years ago when they revived it.
They did. Was that good? I haven't seen that.
We watched the first season, and that was pretty good. And then the second season, as often these things do, I lost interest in it. It just kind of went kind of sideways.
Yeah.
Of course, the whole thing is sideways anyway to begin with. But.
Right. Well, I'm going to go back and watch that movie now because I never really paid attention to the soundtrack. Now I'm going to, because that's great.
It may not be any good. I don't know. I haven't heard it myself.
Richard's also released 6 solo instrumental albums of his own. And I got to tell you, when I sat down to listen, my intention was to listen to the most recent one. I was so drawn in, I literally listened to the entire catalog. And he is just brilliant musician and writer. It's got great arrangements on there, great songwriting. It's a combination of sort of like surf, Hawaiian, acid jazz. There's a lot of melancholy, sort of slow jazz. And man, there's a lot of stuff that just makes you feel like you're sort of like in the middle of an Austin Powers or James Bond scene from the early 60s, which I love that music, man.
Yeah, I do too.
You got some chunky melodic guitars, really well arranged, and other tracks you have like detailed arrangements with horn lines and strings. And it was like Henry Mancini conducting some of that. And to embarrass him just a little more, I want to tell you that on his first record, which is called Themes from a Rainy Decade, inside of it, Mark Knopfler wrote, "For almost 10 years now, I've felt very lucky having Richard Bennett as a pal and as a member of the band. His quiet, self-effacing manner hides an encyclopedic knowledge of all kinds of roots and rock music from hillbilly to Hawaiian, played effortlessly on a variety of instruments which appear out of a flight case as big as an Airstream trailer. May his cracking guitar playing find a place in your life as it has in mine." And it's found a place in mine, so thank you very much, man.
Oh, well, you're very kind. You're very kind.
You've been great with me, man. Thank you so much. It's really a pleasure to have you on the show.
Yeah, well, the albums are musical whiplash as well, you know. But it's just the way I think and the way I hear music, you know. And the thing I suppose I've avoided in those records is kind of the blues rock thing.
Yeah.
Not because I don't love it. I do love it. But it's still the thing that everybody does, you know? And so I can do a few other things. So I've chosen to do that, just go down a less traveled road.
Good.
You know, with the melodic guitar and the clean guitar thing.
It's beautiful stuff on there, man. Your arranging is like incredible, man.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know where these tunes come from. They're just tunes, you know, they're just melodies is all. And then after you kind of got the thing written, then you start thinking about how do you want to stage the play? You know, what kind of movie do you want to make then with this? And that's when you start dreaming up arrangements and things. You know? So by the time I go in, you know, I'll spend a lot of time with the tune before I record it. for a couple of reasons. Because I just like to explore the thing and to see what I can do with it, you know, and to see what part I'm supposed to play in my own tune. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
Just
really interesting.
As a player. And in the course of that, you know, you start getting ideas of what you want the record to sound like. And the other good thing I've found with taking a bit of time before you rush in with something is after 3 or 4 months maybe of living, or even longer, living the thing, if it still holds water for you, if you're not bored with the song, then it's worth recording. But a number of things, you know, after you play them for a couple of weeks or a couple of months, you're sick of the damn thing, you know? And those are good ones to leave behind.
You know, I wrote this down, what you said, and I just started thinking. You said, I like to figure out what part I'm supposed to play in these tunes. And then I wonder if that would be a good way to almost look at your life in a sense. Like, if it just seems that if you think like that, it allows you to step back a little bit and let the muse guide you a little more.
Right. That's right.
Yeah,
that's
would be
absolutely
a
right.
smart way for me to look at my life, I think, sometimes. Not that it's bad, but this is like a nugget here that you just like an aha moment. I just got like, why not? You know, that's pretty cool. It's just like you're a very chilled out, relaxed guy, and I admire that. And I think having that sort of mentality is very I don't know which is with the chicken and the egg, but it's very conducive along with that of being relaxed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just getting back specifically to the music part of it, it's different hats. You know, writing, I find writing is one hat. And honestly, it'll be 3 or 4 notes that'll skate past my radar. And then you kind of roll up your sleeves and put your visor on and go to work.
Right.
That old thing, you know, 10% inspiration and 90% perspiration. It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. So anyway, and that's it. I'm just scrolling away and playing and scratching shit out. And then once I got the thing to where it'll hold water, where I feel the composition is good. And God, you should hear me when I'm writing this stuff. The guitar's not even in tune. I'm not even paying attention to being a guitar player. I'm writing a song. I'm writing a melody. And so anyway, once that's done, then you put the musician hat on, the guitar player hat, right? And then you got to figure out how you want to act in your own play. You know, it's not necessarily a given.
Yeah.
While you're writing it, you're just writing a tune. That's all. Then you got to figure out how to play it and make it interesting for 3 or 4 minutes or something. Especially with instrumentals, songs are different because you've got lyrics that kind of feed you through the song, that guide you through the song. Instrumentals, you've got to make interesting.
Yeah.
Because you don't have the lyric aspect of it. And I find a lot of what little instrumental music there is now, particularly guitar music, very uninteresting.
It's funny. I mentioned I had Delbert on earlier. He made a comment. He was talking about it. He goes, "Man, no more guitar masturbation. I'm so sick of that."
Well, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
And that's it. There's 2 forms of guitar instrumentals now forever.
Yeah.
And it's either that, just like a machine gun full of notes and coming up with some kind of riff groove thing to just blow your brains out with, or it's somebody who's, doing their idea of a surf thing, and it's just the same damn thing over and over, and it doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
You know, it's a lick that goes on for 3 minutes and it just doesn't go anywhere. So I'm kind of into that really old-fashioned way of writing instrumentals. They have to hold up. And I've never been that kind of a player I've never been good enough to be able to, you know, spray around a million notes and do that kind of playing. So I have to have a tune to play. Just like jazz guys have to have a tune, or used to have a tune to play.
Yeah.
You know, they were playing show tunes. And, you know, they had melodies and they'd start out, and then they can go drift off into whatever. And then they bring it back home to the, you know, to the head again.
Right.
They were melodies. They were
Well,
songs.
I'll listen to slow guitar players like you and David Gilmour any day.
I love David. Yeah, I love David Gilmour. I just don't have the facility. I never did to be a fast player.
Yeah.
Believe me, I wish I did, and I've tried to work on it. If I did, I'd spray around a million notes too, but I can't do it.
Well, it's not something you probably want bad enough, you know.
Well, it's nice to have in your back pocket, though, as a tool, isn't it? Where you can just sort of, you know, you go along, and you sort of have a little explosion, a little flurry.
Yeah. Well, I want to ask you one important question I didn't give you before we get started. How is your Cobalt wheelbarrow holding up?
Oh, Jesus. It's great. How do you know about the Cobalt? Did I write you about the Cobalt?
You didn't write me about. You wrote a post about it on your website, or somebody put a post on it. So I just made a little note. Man,
I've been hauling shit all over the place. You know, taking it from A to B and then back to A again, just to use the wheel.
You seem very happy with that purchase. So
I'm very pleased with it. Yeah. It's one of those double wheel jobs, so it's real stable. You know, two wheels on the front.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, it's good.
All right.
It doesn't take much to make me happy, you know.
Hey man, I'm the same way. That's, you know, I want a cigar and a cup of coffee. I'm good to go.
Yeah,
man.
there you go. Yeah, there you go. A martini at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Hey, tell me the story, how you were first discovered in Arizona. It's a really nice story. And also talk about what you were doing just prior to that time musically.
Discovered is a very important word. I more or less just leaked out. I wasn't discovered. No, I was a kid. Taking guitar lessons and you know, found my way very young into the country beer joints there in Phoenix in the mid-'60s. I wasn't old enough to drive. My parents used to drop me off in these really fucking end of the world beer joints. I wouldn't leave my kids there. Maybe my parents didn't like me. I don't know. But they were kind of somewhat rough joints.
No.
Kind of chicken wire bandstand kind of places and fights and all of that. And that's what I was doing, you know, playing from 9 to 1 on Friday and Saturday night, making $6 a night, really happy to get that.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And of course I was a kid. Like I say, I was 14 years old and 15 years old. And the next oldest guy in these bands, maybe would have been in their mid-30s or early 40s, you know. And so I was really a baby in the thing. And we were playing country music. And because of the age of the rest of the guys, we weren't even playing 60s country music. We were playing music of their youth.
Right.
So I came up playing, you know, 40s and 50s country music. Bob Wills and Hank Williams and, you know, Farron Young and Webb Pierce, those things, that era of things. So anyway, that's what I was doing. And I suppose if I was discovered, the guy who taught me how to play guitar, a fellow named Forrest Skaggs there in Phoenix, had taught a fellow named Al Casey 15 years prior to me. And Al, by that time, had moved to Los Angeles and was part of that so-called Wrecking Crew mob bunch. And, you know, Al came back to Phoenix one weekend, Al and his wife, Maxine, to visit Al's folks and his sister, who still were living there. And came by the store to see Skaggs. And man, they pulled up. I watched them pull up in front of the store in a little yellow convertible MG that they drove out from Hollywood. And they walked out of this thing and they looked like movie stars, man. They were dressed so cool. They just were it. And they came in and, you know, Skaggs introduced me to Al, who I was a big fan of Al's before I even knew anything about him or that Skaggs had taught him. I was a fan of Al's back in the 50s before I knew who he was. He played on a couple of my favorite records were The Fool, was The Fool by Sanford Clark in 1956, with a really great guitar riff on it that turned out to be Al Casey. And the other one was Endless Sleep by Jody Reynolds. And it had this sort of undertow throbbing, tremoloed guitar. And that turned out to be Al Casey as well.
Sorry to interrupt, one question. How did you know those things? Like, where did you go for that information back then? Was it on the back of the records? I guess you had it.
No, I found out after the fact, after I'd begun taking lessons from Skaggs about Al Casey, and he played on this record and that record and that record.
Okay.
So I kind of knew all of this by the time I'd met him. And anyway, you know, they were very sweet to me. They were very sweet to me. And I played a version of Wildwood Flower that was at such breakneck speed. I was so nervous, you know, but they were so sweet and they were kind to me. And the thing is that at the end of, they spent a weekend and they were in and out of the store all weekend. And by the end of that weekend, I knew what I wanted to do with my life, specifically, that I wanted to be a studio musician. I didn't know how I was going to do it, but I knew I was somehow going to do it.
What about that? What was the turning point that put that in your head?
It was that weekend with Al and Maxine.
Just spending the time.
I wanted to be them.
Yeah. And
plus, I always had a thing about records since I was a child, and that's another thing. I sort of had a more vague idea that I would like to be somehow involved in records. I didn't know how. I was too young. I hadn't begun playing anything at that point. So the idea of being a musician was out of the picture. But I thought maybe somehow I could somehow be involved in playing on records. But that weekend with Al and Maxine cemented that that's how I wanted to be involved in records, you know.
You had mentioned your brother was a musician. Did you come from like a musical family?
Yes and no, not a professional musical family. My mother, as a young girl and a teenager, an early adult, sang light opera around Chicago and on the radio. And she was very creative in a number of ways. And my dad was a pretty good amateur accordion player, but he didn't make his career at that. But he was involved in radio and advertising at the time. So there was creativity, and there was music, and there was records around the house and all of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and then Al, to close the story, didn't he bring you out to LA? Or
well, a couple of things happened. My sophomore year in high school, my parents moved to LA because of my dad's job. So of course I went out there with him. So I was able to hang around with Al and, go to a few sessions and stuff. My third year of high school, we all moved back to Phoenix again.
Oh.
Then my senior year of high school, they went back to LA, and I stayed in Phoenix to kind of finish off my high school and really to kind of finish off some studying with Skaggs. And I was working pretty regularly in the evenings then, and I wanted to be working. And anyway, my folks were really good about that and let me stay back for my senior year. And the day after I graduated high school, that's when I went to LA for good. And that was cool. the summer of 69.
If you're comfortable answering, where did you live? That's a young age to be on your own.
Yeah, I know. I spent about 6 months of that with my grandparents,
okay,
who were living there. And then it just kind of got to be a bit much for them with me traipsing in at 2 a.m. from a gig, and And so I went and spent the last 3 months over at Skaggs' place.
Oh, that's great. Cool.
And lived with him. Yeah,
that's great.
But I wasn't sort of a kid to kind of take advantage of that. I think a lot of kids might have done that. I didn't. I was pretty straight arrow, and I knew that I had to continue to get, halfway decent grades in that last year of high school. Otherwise, my folks would yank me out of there and bring me back to LA. And I really wanted to go to LA, but I really wanted to spend that last year in Phoenix and kind of finish my work with Skaggs.
What do you attribute that to? The your sort of discipline, or you didn't want to take advantage, and you weren't out partying all night long. Your sense of responsibility was pretty big for a young kid.
Yeah. I was an adult at a young age. And I somehow didn't have that gene that I needed to go carouse around and raise a lot of hell. I was so into music already that was my focus 100%. And I didn't want to fuck that up.
Oh.
I didn't want to screw that up. And I was out, I was out playing in these beer joints where all of the other kids my age were trying to get in them. I was in them.
Yeah.
So I didn't really need to do that.
It wasn't taboo.
No.
Yeah.
No. And I wasn't drinking, and I don't know.
That's
all came
really
later. That all came later. Okay. I had my teenage rebellion much later in my life.
Okay,
but
cool.
I didn't have it at the time.
Yeah, that's really unusual. That's awesome. There you go.
Well, it worked out well.
It worked out well for it. Yeah.
What I needed to do. Yeah.
Once you started, so you move out to LA. How did you get into sessions once you got there? Did Al bring you in on something, or?
Yes. Although he didn't throw me a lot of stuff. The best thing Al Casey did for me, and we'd occasionally sit down and he'd show me things. But not even so much that. There were two really important things that he and Maxine afforded me. One was his music store, that I had a place to go to every day and teach and be there. And most importantly, meet all the guys who came through there.
Oh, so he got you right in the middle of the network.
Yeah, yeah. I
Oh,
met everybody.
that's so cool.
And they were smart. It wasn't a big music store. It was like in a strip mall, and it was kind of a long shotgun kind of thing. It was primarily a guitar store, of course, but they were really smart in that they stocked a big variety of reeds. So all the horn players had come in, and mouthpieces, and sticks and heads for drums, and brushes, and, stuff, stuff for everybody. So all the session guys came there to get all their little utility stuff. So I met everybody.
Oh, that's great.
So that was great. And the other thing was that Al used to take me around to sessions all the time. So, I'd walk in there with Al, and, he'd set up a little chair next to his little station. And it was a case of keep your ears and your eyes open and your mouth shut.
Sure.
And just watch how this goes. And as I said, I was beginning to know the people at these sessions already. So I was kind of like a mascot, and if I was okay with Al, I was okay with them.
Right.
And so that was a great entree. And I did my first session. I just turned 17 by a week in August of 1968. And I was spending my summer vacation out there with Al and Maxine before coming back to Phoenix to finish my high school. And I went to a 2:00 session with Al, and there had been 3 guitar players called, and only 2 had shown up, which was very unusual. That was very unusual to happen. But either somehow the call got screwed up or something happened. So the second-hand passes 2, and everything was very businesslike. If it was a 2:00 session, the downbeat was at 2. You started at 2. And so they waited around for about 5 minutes, and H.B. Barnum, who was the arranger, said, well, look, let's run the charts until so-and-so got here. I forgot who the missing guy was, which they did. They ran 3 charts, and it's now 2:30, and it's pretty clear that the guy's not going to turn up. And the producer asked HB, the arranger, what do you want to do? And before H.B. Barnum could answer, Al said, well, my buddy here plays guitar. And H.B. said, give him a guitar, let's go. And that was my first Hollywood proper union record date. And, you talk about keeping your ears and your eyes open and your mouth shut. While they were running those charts, I was paying attention.
Right.
Not that I thought I was going to play on it, but just because I always paid attention. And it served me well. Because, man, I just wanted to crawl out under the door when they said, give him a guitar. But I did it, I did it. And the funny thing was, it was, if this gets long-winded, just edit this. I know you will. But
No. Go ahead, talk. It's interesting, man. Length is never a problem if it's boring.
This was, yeah.
Which this is not. Which this is not.
This was still at a time when record companies, if they smelled a hit, or if a record started breaking in a region or something, another record company would swoop in and cover the damn thing and try to beat the hit out. And
is that the strategy? Is that why all those, they had so many covers of records?
Yeah. Wow, that's right.
That is really interesting, man. Yeah. I feel like.
Oh yeah, a hit record could have several other hit versions of it on different labels.
Yeah.
And they were trying to scoop each other. So anyway, there was a record by Johnny Nash that was starting to break, I think, in Houston or something. And Johnny was the first guy to really bring reggae to America. Even though he wasn't Jamaican, but he was releasing some reggae records. And the first of this was a thing called Hold Me Tight. And I think Bob Marley written to. And he'd cut it, and it had begun to break. So White Whale Records, based in LA, decided they were going to cut a cover version and try to beat the hit out and scoop it. Okay, fine. So H.B. Barnum had an acetate of Johnny Nash's Hold Me Tight. And he wrote out all the parts. When nobody in the studio had ever heard this music before, and it sounded completely upside down to them. And I remember Johnny Guerin, the drummer, said, HB, man, he said, your copyist has really fucked this up, man. This is really wrong. And HB said, no, it's not wrong. This is how it goes. And the guys couldn't play it. They kind of were stumbling through it. They're the best musicians in the world, but they've never heard it. So finally they played the acetate of the thing, you know, and they go, oh, okay, I see. Well, if that's what you want, here it is. And then they could play it, you know. But anyway, in the interim, between getting they never could get their record out because the Nash thing blew up quickly.
Okay.
And it became the hit.
Yeah,
So the thing was never released. But I have the union contract from my very first record day.
That's cool.
As well as the check from the Xerox of the check from White Whale. And guys like Red Callender was playing bass. Great bass player. I mean, a legendary bass player. And Jim Helms was the other guitar player. And Jim went on to be a big arranger. And Al Casey. And I ended up being the third guitar player. And, you know, a horn section and Johnny Guerin playing drums. There you go. My first record day.
That's cool, man.
Yeah. And then I had to go back to Phoenix and, you know, line up at PE and run around the track and stuff. And it was like so a different universe. You know, you talk about alternate universes. Holy cow. It's all I ever wanted to do was play on a record. And then I did, and then I had to go back to Phoenix. And you couldn't even tell your friends because, you know, they think you were lying. So I just kept it to myself, you know.
You tempted to not go back and stay out and see if you could do more of those sessions?
Well, no, I had to finish high school.
Just something you wanted to do.
Well, not that I gave a shit about it, but it's something my parents wanted.
Oh, your parents would have been livid if you didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to graduate high school.
Yeah.
You know. But anyway, as soon as I graduated, I left the next day and moved out to LA. And then things slowly. I mean, things didn't, you know, start happening right away. They don't. But you know, you do dribs and drabs, and you do a session here and a session there, and you meet more people, and then slowly things start coming together. You know, if you can do the job.
Were you working when you went out there permanently? Were you working in Al's store again still?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So that constantly fed you kind of almost leads, maybe even, or opportunity.
Yeah, connections. Yeah, just to meet people, to meet people and get to know them. And everybody came through there, you know. Joe Osborne come by all the time for lunch, and James came by all the time. So they'd take me to sessions. You know, James Burton and Joe would occasionally drag me around to a session.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it is cool. It's so fortunate, man. It's so lucky. I mean, the serendipity of taking guitar lessons from Forrest Skaggs, who had taught Al Casey, who then took me under his wing. You just fall face first into it. You know, there was no planning that. You couldn't plan that.
How do you look at stuff like that when it happens in your life? Like, do you look at like you're fulfilling destiny? There's a higher power helping you. How do you view stuff like this?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not that spiritual, I'm afraid. I don't know that there's a higher power. And I'm not sure about destiny either. You know, it's just serendipity.
Yeah.
But it's happened my entire life. You know, I'm the guy that falls face first into a steaming pile of horse shit, and I come up with a dozen roses in one hand and a 50 in the other. You know, and it's always been that. I've been so fortunate.
That's
it's
awesome.
Good fortune.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Just good fortune. Yeah, I keep waiting for it to run out, because I tell you, I've been so lucky that when it does run out, man, the universe is going to come crashing on me.
No, don't say that. That's not going to happen. You're very humble, and it appears you've probably always been that way. What do you attribute that to? Not that you should, not that like, you know, well, it is like humility and arrogance. I'm not saying that, you know, well, you weren't arrogant, you know, you want to be the alternative to that, but you're particularly humble in light of your talents and, you know, you're just a good person. You know, you don't seem to, you know, you ever meet somebody and their favorite topic is them?
Yeah. Oh, exactly.
You're not
so many
that guy.
people. And yeah. And my least favorite topic is me.
Right.
You know, I don't know. I think it starts at being you know, like I said, we were talking, I'm the confirmed introvert. So you don't go around blowing your horn, and it's not becoming. I'm sorry, you know. And the fact of the matter is, the rest of it is, I don't particularly think of myself as a great guitar player, even a good guitar player. I've always considered myself about a third grade guitar student, and I'm not saying that to be humble. It's just how I think that's a good thing. It keeps pushing you forward, keeps pushing me forward anyway. And so that's it. There's nothing to brag about.
Yeah.
And I don't like people who do brag about that.
Yeah,
Mark Knopfler and I talk about that all the time, about humility. It's the most important thing you can have. Once you have that, you've arrived at a good place. Whether it's music or life or anything, humility is a great gift.
I have this expression, and when you said some of that, it reminded me, you know, you're a bright guy. Smart people realize how little they know. Yeah. And stupid people are the ones that think they know everything. That's been my just observational experience, not like a judgment. It's just an observational experience.
Yeah. Stupid people or insecure people.
Yeah.
Not that I'm a model of security, but, you know, extroverted, insecure people tend to be loudmouths and, you know, braggarts and stuff.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, but you're super humble, man. I want to bring up, I could spend like 3 hours on this, but I'm going to bring up a bunch of artists. And if you could talk about, Richard, how you got the gig and maybe a cool or interesting story about working with them, and where it's appropriate, any lessons that you learned, whether it be musical or entertainment wise or life lessons, anything that, you know, strikes you. Let's start with Mark Knopfler.
Right. That was simply a session call. In fact, so many of these things All of them. They, with the exception of Neil Diamond, they were just session calls.
So you were randomly assigned by the producer, you brought in for that session.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I know. That's what I said too. No, I was very good friends, and still am, with the engineer and co-producer of that first batch of sessions I did with Mark. And of course, Mark had been coming in and out of Nashville a lot at that point. We're talking 1994 now. And so he and I, even though he and I never met, he and I had a lot of mutual friends together. And I think several of those mutual friends, including this engineer co-producer, had recommended me to
that's
him.
great. That's great, man. When you get a bunch of people like, that's really cool.
The engineer and co-producers, Chuck Ainley, brilliant engineer and producer. So he was pushing for me. A songwriter, mutual friend of Mark's and mine, Paul Kennerly, I think had something to do with that. And also I think Paul Franklin had something to do with my name going forward. I will tell you that Mark had reservations about me, and it was Chuck Ainley who told me this sort of long after the fact, after I'd played with Mark for a long time. But because of the Neil Diamond connection.
Because his music is just so different.
The music was so different.
The whole vibe is different.
Yeah, it wasn't that he didn't like Neil Diamond. It was such a completely different deal, and I could understand that. But anyway, so it's like you say, holy shit, when you get that call. That's exactly what I said. I got the call from, I think it was it was either New Year's Day or the 2nd of January in 94, because I remember it being right after New Year's. And it was Chuck, and we chatted a bit. And then he said, well, Mark's coming to Nashville in March or April, whatever it was. And he wants to record for 2 or 3 days. And we want you to play guitar. And, the answer is, of course, yes.
Yeah.
You don't even bother to look at your book. Even if you had something booked that far in advance, you erase it,
You suddenly be available, yeah.
Yeah, so the answer, of course, was yes. And so I marked it in my book and hung up with Chuck. And then I said exactly that. I said, holy fuck, what does he want with me? What the hell am I going to be doing there? So I don't know. I was a bit nervous leading up to it, and very nervous, walking into it the first day. But Mark was great. He was really sweet at putting everybody to ease. I think everybody was a little nervous about it.
Oh, he's Mark Knopfler. He's like one of the top guitar players in the world, and he's written some big, classic songs that will last forever.
Yeah. No, everybody was a little on their toes, but he was very sweet he's very good about putting people at ease. And he's very humble and self-effacing himself in a genuine way, so that helps put people at ease. So anyway, we kind of sat around for the first hour drinking coffee and bullshit and stuff. And anyway, finally came time to address the first tune. And the way Mark will run a tune down, and he still does it this way, he'll just go pick up an acoustic guitar, sit down on a folding chair, and everybody kind of gathers around, and he'll just routine the tune for you. He'll just play it, and he'll kind of stumble through it himself. and then he'll play it again, and then he'll play it again. And it just gives you time to get comfortable with the tune, gets him time for him to get comfortable with the tune. And then invariably somebody will take a chart out and sketch out a chart. And then all the while you're thinking about what am I going to play, or what can I contribute to this? And so that was it. But I remember in that first tune, it was a tune called Rudiger. It's a great song about a German autograph collector who was a real guy.
And how does he come up with these topics? He like, you know, this is not like, you know, my heart's broken.
Yeah.
I mean, he's super deep, just interesting topics, deep, but like that's not a normal topic people write about.
Yeah, no, he's an observer. He's such a keen observer. And I think a lot of that comes from, you know, when he was a cub reporter. He's got a journalist eye and ear for stuff. So he just sees stuff going on. And, you know, he'll occasionally write a love song for himself, but he's generally a third party in the song. You know, he's a narrator and not a participant, if you know what I mean.
Right.
So anyway, a song called Rudiger. So he's routining the thing down, and I made a point to just go sit right smack in front of him and just sit on the floor there in front of him and watch what he was doing. Watch where he was playing and what he was playing. And I didn't know how I was going to negotiate that two guitar thing with him. But what I knew enough was I didn't need to be doing what he was doing. I needed to be doing something very different than what he was doing, to where I could contribute something, but stay out of his territory. He already was doing that. And a couple of things occurred to me in those run-throughs. And anyway, we finally got to our instruments. And I remember kind of this little line that I'd come up with through the intro and through an interlude and stuff. That, so I figured I'd try that out on the run-through. Oh, here we go, and here goes nothing. He's either going to throw me out or love it. And he loved it. You know, at the end of the first run-through, he loved the line. It was the first thing he commented on. And he said, man, do that. That's whatever's going on there, do that. And then I found some other little bits for the rest of the tune. And that began our working relationship. And it holds to this day. I still operate the same way with it, to where I can contribute, but stay out of his hair. Yeah.
Was that the first time, or most of the time you're doing lead stuff on records, or lead and rhythm, no? On sessions?
Yes and no. Yeah, a bit of both. Yeah.
I give you credit, because you're probably like at the first go out, you probably weren't getting any, you know, you knew you wasn't coming in there for you to play lead guitar on this. So I give you, you had to pay super close attention to figure out, you know, what you're going to put in there and what kind of fills and back stuff you're going to do. Yeah,
that's right. You want to add to it.
Yeah.
You want to compliment him. But of course, you're not trying to elbow into that spotlight. That's not your job.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's been a really good modus operandi for working with him. And it holds to this day. And the fact that I'm still around there is amazing to me, but I'm very pleased to be.
Yeah.
It's really the best gig I've ever had. And it's the best gig to have. And it's very challenging. And it's very rewarding.
And it's great freaking music. You're not like suffering.
Music.
You know, sometimes I talk to guys and they're like, oh, you know, the great artist, good challenging, but I hate the music.
Yeah, I know.
You know,
I know.
that's really cool. You get like the
It's a joy to play. You know, when we're out touring, it's a joy to play every single night. You know, and we'll come to the end of 100 shows, to the very last show, and you're still working stuff up in the dressing room and getting ready, and
oh, that's
can't
cool.
wait to get out and play that show.
That's awesome,
You
man.
know, it's great.
That's
It's absolutely great.
That's nice, man.
I've learned a lot.
Tell me one or two things that you've learned through that gig.
Oh, I don't know. You know, there's some specific guitar things that, you know, we'll occasionally sit down together and, you know, show each other things.
Sure.
So there's some of that. But there's a far broader musicality that I've learned. I don't know how to explain it. It's definitely not, again, it goes with the humble thing and probably goes with his humble thing, but it's definitely not the look at me bit, you know? You're there to serve the song. And that's it. And however you do that, it can be the simplest thing. It can be next to nothing. It can be an involved part. But you're there to serve the song and not draw attention away from it, you know? Or drawing attention to some other thing that you're doing or anybody else is doing. It's a very important lesson. It's one that I knew going in from all my years of doing sessions. You're there to serve the song, but man, it's really taken on a much more important ethos for me.
Thanks.
And, yeah, he's just one of the most musical guys. I mean, apart from being a brilliant songwriter and a brilliant guitar player, he's just an overall brilliant musician at hearing things. And, you know, he's a staggeringly good arranger himself, although not to where he writes it out, but he can tell you, or he can tell a string section what he wants.
Yeah.
And parts and all of that. So yeah, he's fantastic. And the maddening thing about him, I love him so much. I don't think I've ever met anybody. You know, we're all, if you're right 50% of the time, you're a genius. You know?
Yeah.
He is seldom wrong. He is seldom wrong. You know, like 85% of the time.
Like musically, you're
Right.
talking about.
Musically,
Yeah.
yeah. But in other things too, he's an incredibly smart man.
That's cool.
He's a very wise fellow. I think the world of him. I really do.
Well, you guys sound like a good fit, man. And I'm glad you got that gig. How about Neil Diamond? How'd you hook up with him?
Neil, this is going to be another long-winded story. Get your splicing blade out. After I'd moved to LA and had been there for about a year and a half, I fell into a very unique situation of a recording studio that it was Liberace's studio and his manager, their studio, called Producer's Workshop. And they put a couple of guys in charge of the studio. One was a business guy, and one was a fellow named Ed Cobb. Ed Cobb was the bass singer in a group called the Four Preps.
Mm-hmm.
The Four Preps had a couple of hits, 26 Miles Across the Sea, and a song called Big Man, around 57 and 58. Great records. And then Ed Cobb went on to write some songs, Tainted Love.
Oh, wow. Soft
Yeah.
Cell?
Yeah, well, Soft Cell did
there
the
was another
modern
one.
version of it,
Yeah.
but the original version, and Muddy Water by Dirty Water by the Standells,
Okay.
and he produced that, and there was a big R&B hit that he produced by Ketty Lester called "Love Letters," a song from the '30s, and it was a great R&B arrangement. So he was a songwriter and a record producer. So they put him in charge of the creative end of the studio. And his idea was to do in LA what they were doing in Atlanta and what they'd done in Memphis and what they'd done in Muscle Shoals, and which was to get a house band, and people would be attracted to the studio because the house band did a certain thing. It had a certain style.
Okay. Yeah.
And a certain sound. It was a great idea. It worked in Memphis. It worked down south, you know. LA was just the wrong town for that. And it was the wrong time for it, I think. LA just didn't work that way.
That's interesting.
But anyway, they did that. They had a go at doing that. So to that end, they brought a bass player from Atlanta, Emory Gordy Jr., out. And Emory was involved in a lot of Atlanta records. And Atlanta was one of those hubs as well. And a drummer friend of Emory's, who also was involved in a lot of records there in Atlanta, Dennis St. John. The keyboard player they brought out from Memphis was Spooner Oldham.
Oh, yeah.
Legendary songwriter and keyboard player. And Spooner had his run there in Muscle Shoals and had his run there in Memphis. And Spooner was wanting to move out to LA and give that a go. So they snagged Spooner. And then they were looking for a guitar player. A lot of the guitar players didn't want to mess around with that because it was you were there 5 days a week, and it was a salaried thing. It wasn't a union thing. And man, session guys didn't want to do that. They could make all kinds of money doing record dates and playing with everybody, going around town. They didn't want to be stuck in that. I hadn't established myself well enough quite yet. And here was a chance to play on records 5 days a week.
Yeah, be working all the time. Yeah.
We worked all the time.
Like a great deal.
And with these really good musicians who were very different than I was. I learned so much from all three of those guys. And to be in a studio 5 days a week, well, I jumped at it. It was like going to school, you know. It was as much going to school doing that as it was going around to regular record dates with, you know, Casey and those guys. And, you know, they brought in all kinds of stuff. We had stuff to do 5 days a week. We worked every day. And some of it was good, and some of it, we did porno soundtracks. We did jingles. We did folk albums. We did a couple of Liberace albums, which were great. He was terrific. We did Letterman albums. You know, we did some rock and roll stuff. We did the Standells there. Every day, you never knew what you were walking into. So it was a great training ground. So I can get deeper into that, but I won't right now.
Funny that the thought of porn would go into a session and produce that whole concept is pretty funny, but yeah.
I know. You know, and you just sort of play random, whatever the fuck, rock and roll, psychedelic music, and it'd be on this porno film.
I know, it's like, wait, we need music to this. What?
I know.
Like,
I know.
okay. That's funny.
Yeah, that's funny. So anyway, the drummer, Dennis St. John, Dennis had subbed occasionally for Kenny Rogers in the first edition,
Oh, yeah.
for the drummer in that. And the guy who managed Kenny Rogers, this guy's partner managed Neil Diamond at the time. So Neil, they were looking for a new drummer for Neil. So Ken Fritz, Neil's manager, I guess asked his partner, Ken Cragen, who
God,
looked after Kenny Rogers.
Your recall is phenomenal that you know all these names. That's fucking.
It's amazing the garbage that's in there. If I could clear that out, I could make so much more space for new stuff. Yeah. Anyway, it was recommended that Dennis St. John to call Dennis. So anyway, they called Dennis to go out on a weekend for Neil. Dennis didn't want to do it. Dennis didn't come to LA to go on the road. He came to LA to establish a studio career. Anyway, they kept calling and they kept calling. And I think finally Neil got him on the phone and said, look, man, just come out for a weekend. So we'll leave Friday. We'll play Friday, Saturday, Sunday night. You get a red eye home. You'll be back for your session, 10 o'clock session, Monday morning. Just come out for the weekend and do it. So Dennis did, and was absolutely smitten by Neil and the whole thing. So that went on for about 3 months of Dennis going out doing weekends with Neil. At some point, and he and Neil hit it off big time. They just became best friends. And at some point, Dennis, who was a born leader, said to Neil, he said, look, you need a better band. You're in a transitional period artistically. Neil's band was the band he brought out from New York when he moved to LA in '69. And Dennis said, look, I can put a better band together for you. And he said, I'm working with these guys, and it's a great rhythm section, and you're going to love them. And that was it. It was a done deal. Again, falling face first into something great. We never auditioned.
That's amazing.
It was just a done deal. And I remember Neil coming down to the studio, producer's workshop there, just to say hi, to meet us and say hello. And, by the way, rehearsals will start in January. And all of a sudden, I'm in the Neil Diamond band.
So did you all have to quit you had to leave there, or what was it initially, just for weekends, or what?
It was very tricky. It was a very tricky situation because Neil was only working weekends, so it didn't impact our work there at Producers. But Producers, because they were trying to build a unique sounding band, they had a rule. You were free to go out and do other sessions if nothing was going on down at the studio. But I forgot what it was, no 2 or no 3 of you could work on the same session. Oops. It was kind of a cockamamie thing.
Yeah, which is kind of a weird, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a weird rule.
But the whole thing was kind of cockamamie anyway. But so here we all go out to go and be in Neil Diamond's band. But the thing was, they allowed that because they thought, great.
Oh, Neil's going to come and record there.
Neil's going to use our studio. Well, that didn't happen. And then everybody left. The Producers thing blew up. But in the meantime, Neil was starting to happen. And I was starting to get a lot of outside work. And I immediately began recording with Neil right away. So that would have been Song Sung Blue and Play Me.
Wow.
The songs that came off that album, I started working right away with him. But I think because I had a little bit of a reputation already in LA as a little up and coming session player. And the other guys still had yet. They still were kind of Atlanta guys, so they hadn't quite broken into the LA thing yet.
So you were working, you were hustling, you were killing it. I mean, really working your butt off there. You were working 5 days a week initially in the studio, and then you were doing fly dates or recording with Neil on the weekends. Holy shit!
Yeah.
You
it was great.
You can't sustain that only so long.
Well, when you're 19, you can.
Yeah, that's just true, man. That's
19 and 20 and 21, that was great.
Yeah.
And you know, my studio thing really began to develop into a daily thing where you're doing 2 or 3 a day, and you were getting calls, you know, from all over the place. So I was happy to let the little producers workshop thing go, although I loved that little band so much. And we would occasionally work together on outside stuff, but not.
So Neil didn't bring the other guys along.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sorry, Neil wound up not bringing the other guys along, just you and Dennis.
Where for touring?
Yeah,
or for recording? No, we all went as a band touring.
Okay.
But for recording, I was the initial one to come in, and then later the other guys came in.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. We recorded as a band after that, and that was a really great band. I have to say, I'm not one for going back very much, but as it turned out, I ended up going back 3 years ago and doing what ended up being Neil's last tour, the 50th anniversary tour in 2017. And we'll get into that later. But it caused me to go back to listen to the old records that we'd made. And my God, that was a great band. Whatever you thought of that music, if you didn't like it, you liked it or you didn't.
Songs. I loved it.
The band was great. It was really tremendous. So anyway, that's how that happened.
That's crazy.
The Neil thing. And then that lasted 17 or 18 years.
That's amazing, man. I mean, you know that in your industry,
Oh, I know.
That's like 1,000 years.
Yeah, I know. I know. Believe me, I don't take that for granted.
That's really cool.
I know how lucky that is. And I hung on to that for a couple of more years, even after we moved to Nashville and my career was starting to get going here. I still held on to that Neil gig till 87. 87 was the last year that I did that.
Here's a guy, I don't know if a lot of people know about him, Eric Anderson.
Yeah.
How did you, he had that, I got turned on to me, he had that one song, I just thought it was great, Ghosts Along the Road. Was that it?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know a lot about Eric, apart from that he was an East Coast folk guy. There too, I mean, that was just a session call that I played on.
That was a one-off.
A handful of things on that particular album they were doing. Mm-hmm. I think the album was called Old 55, maybe, and I think that was one of the songs that I played on. I have to go back and look to see if anybody's interested, but that was it. It was just a couple of days' work. You know, so much of that is that some of it turns into multiple albums that you do with people, and some of it's just a one or two session thing.
This got to be interesting. Marvin Gaye.
Yeah, that's that too. You know, after Motown moved to LA, we all ended up doing Motown sessions. But I couldn't tell you what. A lot of times you were just playing on a track. There wasn't even a singer there, or if it was a singer, it was a kind of a scratch vocal and didn't end up being the artist that sang it. And to be honest with you, the only thing I remember about it, nothing in particular, other than, as I was going through my date books, trying to assemble a discography, is that I had a couple of sessions there, and Marvin Gaye was listed as the artist. I couldn't tell you anything about what song it was, if he was even there at the time.
Yeah.
You know? There's a lot of that goes on, that you just end up being on somebody's record and they weren't there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Billy Joel, I think if I did my research, he played on like his first 3 records.
Yeah, his first 2. Well, not his first 2. I didn't
Or
play
second
on
and third, maybe.
the second and third. So
Okay.
it was Piano Man album, and the one that followed, I forget the name of it. And that too was just a session called Michael Stewart was the producer, and Michael was in the We Five. The hell song did they have? It was a big folk pop hit. I can't think of it now. Friday on My Mind?
No, that
was the Easy Beats.
Yeah, that was the Easy Beats.
Yeah. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Anyway, he'd gotten into producing. And, I'd done some sessions for him for other artists. And he ended up with Billy on that first album and the second album. So I just got called,
That was it.
And those were interesting sessions because he was a piano player, rocker, as opposed to a guitar rock guy. So his approach to songwriting was very different. And then he had these very different songs, Billy the Kid and Captain Jack, which I loved.
Great song.
Captain Jack, man. And and of course, Piano Man. And, that was written about his days in the piano bar there up near LAX, near the LA airport. But they were not the usual songs. And I think Jimmy Haskell arranged a lot of that stuff. And he was a very nice guy, but it was one of those things that you got to the end of it and you thought, well, that was very nice. I don't know that anything's really going to happen with this. I just wasn't sure. I didn't know. And I didn't really begin to suspect until I began seeing billboards on Sunset Boulevard that Columbia Records had taken out. And you'd go into a record store and there'd be Billy Joel posters. And you go, wow, well, maybe something's happening.
Right.
And then I bought the album and listened to it. And I began to understand it a little better, But that was great. But he, he was married to his first wife then. And I always thought he didn't have a pot to piss in, because she would drop him off at the studio each day. I think they only had the one car.
Sure.
And it was a little Datsun, red beat up Datsun something or another with a couple little kind of runny nosed kids in the back. And she'd drop him off and do the session and pick him up at the end of it.
Wow.
And But my favorite thing in that, of course, I haven't listened to it in years, but was the last cut on the last side, a thing called Captain Jack.
Great song, man.
Great song. And we tracked the thing, and I forgot what I played on the track. I may have played acoustic guitar or something on the track, but Dean Parks was the other guitar player on that day. And that wonderful riff that runs through that thing in the chorus, Captain Jack, real rock and roll thing. And it was Billy's riff. It was part of the piano part. And, Billy wanted on guitar to double it with him. And since, no, I was playing electric guitar because I played the solo, the little solo in the middle of that. So I was on electric guitar, but Dean took on the riff. And we were all kind of playing through Princeton amps at the time. We hadn't graduated up to larger amps. And because they were easy to carry around, and they were, you could use them in the room and not blow, it wouldn't leak all over everything, you know? They could put a little baffle around it, and it wasn't loud enough that it would bleed all over everything. So Dean played the riff on the Princeton, and it just wasn't, it had nothing to do with Dean, who I love and is a brilliant player, and he played it fine. It's just the sound wasn't quite right. And I was already beginning, because I was a frustrated rock and roller at that time, and I was already beginning to carry around some larger amps that would be delivered to the studio. You couldn't always use them, but, and so anyway, at the end of the thing, we're packing up, and Dean had already left, and I think I went into the control room either to say goodbye or listen to a playback. I was really into the Captain Jack track, so maybe I went in to listen to it. And I probably had overstepped my station, but I said to Mike, the producer, and Rick Malo, who was the engineer, who came from Chess in Chicago, moved to LA. I said, man, you know, that's fine, but there's just not enough beef in that guitar. You know, there's just not enough welly to it, you know? I said, look, I got an idea. I got a big amp here. Let me haul it out and give it a go. And I had a Les Paul, and I plugged it into whatever amp it was. I forget what it was. And I just fucking opened the thing up. And I think the engineer didn't appreciate. He came out and kind of backed the mic off a bit. Anyway, we finally arrived at a sound, and I played the thing and kind of did the play out and the choruses of it. And man, yeah, that's great. I said, well, wait a minute, get a load of this now. And I was the last guy in the world to carry around a Dan Electro 6-string bass. But I always loved them, and I always carried it around and would occasionally find places to use it. But, you know, it was kind of passé by that point. But, you know, leave it to me. So I took out the 6-string bass, and I plugged it into the amp, and I doubled the thing down the octave on the 6-string bass. And all of a sudden, the thing really just took off and had some size. So that's me.
So that yeah, I know exactly the riff you're talking about. Yeah,
that's me. And
that's
then I
cool,
did some
man.
licks at the end of it. But then I also ended up, like I said, played the solo actually on the track, on the, you know, when it went down. So I'm kind of all over that one.
That's awesome. But, I'm going to check that one out. Helen Reddy, woman who put out some really nice hits.
Yeah. Session call.
Don't
know. Session call. I played on a couple. I ended up playing on a couple of hits. One was her version of the Tanya Tucker thing. Tanya had the country hit on it, and Helen had the pop hit. Oh man. Can't think of it now. And another thing called Ruby Red Dress, which was a hit for Helen. I played on that. I'll think of the Tanya thing. It was a huge hit for Tanya Tucker. Oh, Delta Dawn.
Okay.
Delta Dawn. So Helen had the pop hit on Delta Dawn.
So that's what you were talking about earlier, where they'd cover the same song to get some more, because it was just that accessible.
Yeah. That's right. And so that was a handful of that. And then Neil's producer, Tom Catalano, at that time, ended up producing some sides for Helen, and I played on those. And then after that, this is the best of it. Do you know the name Kim Fowley?
I don't, sorry.
No, Kim was the original LA rock and roll madman genius. He was a great songwriter. He was a formidable looking guy. He was a big, tall beanstalk of a guy who kind of had this square head, almost like a little bit of a Frankenstein head. He was in, he had something to do with Bumblebee and the Stingers and Nut Rocker, and he had he was one of the singers in Hollywood Argyle's Alley Oop. We're talking about like records from 1960, and he just was one of those Hollywood hustler guys, and he was out of his mind, but really together too. Very smart.
That's
smart
hard.
Smart as a whip. And he produced the Runaways. You know, he got into pop music and stuff. And he was either the co-writer or the producer of Popsicles, Icicles, which was a great psychedelic record. He was all over the place all the time. And he was always hustling. Everybody was hustling. And so anyway, somehow Helen Reddy landed on Kim's lap, not on his lap, on his plate,
right,
for him to produce some records. So an arranger friend of mine who had done some work with Kim, I'm sorry, it's all hard to piece together, was arranging these things for Helen that Kim was going to produce. So the arranger got me in on these sessions, and they were wild, man, and they were great. And Kim and Helen together, it was like, you know, they were from other planets, but it all seemed to work out. So I played on a couple of albums that Kim produced for Helen. And then that was my last encounters with Helen. But in the course, I'll just tell you another funny Kim story. In the course of, you know, working with Helen and him, you know, I tend to take to people who are opposite of me and kind of live sometimes vicariously through them. And Kim and I were so opposite from each other. But anyway, we got friendly. We kind of got friendly, and he liked me, and I liked him in his own odd way. And he calls me one afternoon. He said, Richard, he says, Fowley here. He says, I'm going to become the king of MOR, middle of the road music, which he was so far away from MOR anyway. He says, I'm the new king of MOR. He says, I just got a call from the people, from Frank Sinatra's people, and I'm going to produce him. They want me to produce him. It was because of the Helen thing, you know, it kind of opened up a whole new door to him. He says, I've already written the first song. He says, it's called Torpedoes and Tuxedos. And he hangs up, you know, for Frank, Torpedoes and Tuxedos.
Yeah, that's probably not going to be one he's singing anytime.
No, anyway, that never happened. But yeah, Kim Fowley, a great rock and roll madman. He's worth looking up. He's Fowley. A legend.
Is he still around?
No, Kim died about 3 or 4 years ago. This was the other thing with Kim. He always claimed, and you know, it very well could be, to be Howard Hughes' illegitimate son. And Howard Hughes was kind of notorious Howard was notorious for taking up, you know, with his actresses there when he had, I think it was RKO he owned, when he had the film company. And, you know, so he had an affair with an actress, and Kim was the offspring, apparently. And this actress then married another actor. I forget his name, but his last name was Fowley.
Okay.
And that's how Kim ended up with his last name. But Kim swore up and down, and there's been other talk of that as well.
That he was Howard Hughes' illegitimate.
Howard Hughes' son. Yeah.
You
know? Only in LA rock and roll, you know,
Yeah.
does that happen. Yeah.
Would you say most of these opportunities came, like what was a better asset for your career as far as visibility? Was it being Neil's guitar player, or just the movement, the growing session, the career that you kept having, which led to more stuff? Or they feed each other?
They both fed each other.
Yeah. Okay.
They both fed each other. I don't know that that many opportunities arose from the Neil thing. It just was its own thing. Occasionally a producer would call, man, I want that band. I want Neil's band.
Yeah.
And in fact, to some extent, when we get around to Jim Stafford, that's sort of what happened there.
Okay.
But the studio thing kind of keeps generating and regenerating itself. And you're just there and you're playing out records, and you're just one of the guys, you know, so you get recommended. And you know, and then if you're on, you know, you occasionally get a hit that you're on. That feeds more sessions your way, you know. Yeah.
And I guess the more people that you meet and that are pleased with whatever you've done, that's probably the best. Yeah, that's probably the best thing.
Yeah.
You got another. I'm just, from my own experience of doing the show, to be honest with you, because
yeah,
I could have one great guest on, but that's not what makes the show. It's connecting with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. Yeah, interesting. Talk about Jim Stafford. Good timing for that.
Jim Stafford. Well, that was sort of an offshoot of that old producer's workshop thing, that studio group we had. But by then, that studio group had gone on with Neil and became Neil Diamond's band. By the way, I should add that when we all went off with Neil, Spooner didn't. Spooner was, I think, having some falling out with the people at the studio anyway, and he'd kind of become intermittent in his attendance. And so we got another keyboard player in, a fellow named Alan Lindgren, into our studio group. So when that group went with Neil, Alan became the keyboard player there. So anyway, I'm trying to think what the Stafford thing was. I think 74 or something. I don't know. But anyway, at that point, we were Neil's band. And Phil Gernhardt produced that. And it was just a session call. He wanted that unit because he knew Emery and he knew Dennis, the drummer. Phil used to record a lot in Atlanta, so he knew those guys from there. He knew Spooner, and Spooner was brought back in for the Stafford stuff.
That's right. That's musically, that's a lot more aligned with what he, anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, everybody knew Spooner. And I just came along with the package because I was the guitar player, And I think King Arison, who was a percussionist with Neil and a great great conga player, and he was an LA stalwart as well. He'd come up through Nat Adderley, through
Cannonball. Oh,
yeah.
wow.
He was on the session. I'm trying to think who else was on the session. I think Kent Lavoie, who went under the name Lobo, who had some hits that Phil produced. And I think maybe David Bellamy of the Bellamy Brothers.
Interesting.
Who was a co-writer on Spiders and Snakes. He was playing guitar too. And there were a couple of acoustic guitars. I was playing electric, bass drums, Spooner on Wurlitzer. And that was it. The first thing we recorded was Spiders and Snakes.
That's a pretty good hit.
Yeah, it was a big hit.
It's massive.
And it was. And I remember that session very specifically, like it was yesterday. It's funny how you can remember some things very clearly and other things are just in the fog, you know. But we recorded that at a studio in Torrance, which was a kind of a South Coast suburb of LA. And a fellow named Donnie Sharada had a kind of a state-of-the-art studio that he built there. A terrible place to put a studio because it was out of LA. It was, you know, it was a 20-mile drive out of Hollywood. You wanted to be in Hollywood, you know, where things were. But anyway, for whatever reason, he opened up a massive high-end audio store, like high-end component parts and turntables and amplifiers and speakers, and kind of now they would be like home theater installation kind of things. That was the front of the shop. And then he put a state-of-the-art recording studio in the back. So for whatever reason, we recorded that there. And anyway, Jim kind of routined the tune down to us, or maybe David did even, I don't know, Bellamy. And somebody made the comment, because they wanted it to be kind of a swampy thing. Mm-hmm. In the rhythm section, but particularly in the electric guitar. So swampy, you know, I start going through my Rolodex, you know, swampy, as you do when you're a session musician, you know. And the two things that kind of jumped out pretty quickly to me was Tony Joe White, Poke Salad Annie.
Sure.
And Jerry Reed's what is it? Amos
mm-hmm.
Moses. So that kind of just got in my brain, in my little brain, kind of got all mushed together into a bit of a mashup. And I kind of stuck a wah-wah in between it all. And that's what came out, you know, that's what came out. So
you playing a Telecaster on there? Because that's what
I think that was a Tele through a wah-wah. Or it may well have been a 335 through a wah-wah. I don't remember. It was one or the other. But anyway, so that was all fine. They all liked that. And so we started, you know, doing takes and just putting the arrangement together. There's a funny Spooner story about that. So after about the third take, it came together pretty quickly once we got the arrangement together. And the third take, so Phil Gernhardt's in the control room, and he presses the talk back out into the studio. He said, "Man, that was a great take." He said, "That may be it." He said, "You come in, let's have a listen. It's worth a listen." He says, "Oh, Spooner." He said, I don't know what Spooner was playing, Whirly, you know, electric Wurlitzer. He said, I don't know what happened to your track. I don't think it went into record, but if this is the track, you can go back out and redo it. So we all went in and listened. Yeah, great, that's it, you know. Jim liked it. Everybody liked it. And so Phil said, he got done listening. Phil said, well, let's figure out what's going on with Spooner's track here. so they solo up Spooner's track, and you know, you could hear the vibrato on the Wurlitzer just going put 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 put, nothing. You know, about a minute and a half goes by, nothing. But clearly the track is working. And then, like at the top of one of the sections, you hear, you know, Spooner goes, sprang, put, 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 till the rest of the record. He hit one little downbeat, and that was it. And at the end of it, Phil said, he said, well, Spooner, is that all you're going to play? And Spooner at that time, he was one of these hair twirler guys, you know, he'd just always be twirling his hair, have a little lock of it in there. Spooner said, well, that's all I heard. And to Phil Gernhardt's great credit, he didn't make him play anything else.
He was cool with that.
Yeah. And anyway,
Wow,
that ended up being...
That's really trusting your music. That's massive trust. That's like not being controlling. That's a rare thing to allow something like that to happen.
Well, I know. The thing is, but when that one little sprang came in, it was so good it made the record. You know, that was a surprise hit. Who would have thought that was a hit record?
Oh, that was massive. And that got him a TV show.
Yeah, I played on that, on some of the pre-records of that. But anyway, on the strength of Spiders and Snakes, then we went and did an album to go with it. And then following that, we did a second album. And we did one more single with him, a thing called Jasper Dan, after that. And then that was it. I always liked, I never was very keen on Jim's, you know, his funny stuff. But I really liked his swamp stuff, you know, kind of his swamp witch kind of things. And
Spiders and Snakes, that was kind of like a combination of the two.
The combination of the two. But he did some serious swamp records, like voodoo kind of records, you know, that were really swampy. One was called Swamp Witch, about, I don't know, about Swamp Witch Hattie or something. And people would go in the swamp and try to find her, and they'd never come out again. But anyway, Hattie had come up with some kind of brew that cured illnesses, and everybody wanted to go see. It's great. It was great imagery, you know, about vines hanging off of cypress trees like snakes and stuff like that, and black water and stuff. So I always loved his swampy stuff. Anyway, that was Jim.
I'm just going to ask you one more. Glen Campbell.
Mm-hmm. Again, very limited contact with him. Although, funnily enough, you know, he and Al Casey were great friends.
I would imagine.
And worked together so much, and Al played on so many of his hit records. So when Al had the store, Glen wanted his girls to learn how to play guitar. So I taught the girls how to play guitar.
That's hilarious.
And his wife at the time, and I forget her name, you know, would bring the kids in for lessons, and I'd teach them. But I played on a couple of things for Glen, and one was a song called Sunflower that Neil had written. The song is a great song, but somehow Neil didn't feel it was for him. And we'd cut a demo on the thing with Neil, and the demo was killer. I mean, it was a record as far as I was concerned. But Neil just didn't hear it for him. So he thought it would be great if Glen cut the thing. So he pitched it to Glen, and Glen loved it. So Glen wanted the band to cut the demo. So we all, you know, went into Capital A there and cut it. And it was kind of a hit, I think. You know, it's on his greatest hits album. I couldn't tell you how far it got up the charts or anything, but so we did that with Glenn. I never felt it was as good a cut as the demo of it was, but that often happens.
That's interesting.
And then the other thing with Glenn was, and it wasn't for him specifically, but it was for the guy who played bass with him on the road, Billy Graham. Not that Billy Graham, but the bass player, Billy Graham.
Yeah.
And Glenn wanted to cut some sides on Billy. Billy was a good singer, with an eye to maybe getting a record deal for him over there at Capitol. So we all knew Billy, and Billy wanted us, you know, to be on these things with him. So we spent a couple of nights there at Capitol recording, and I don't know that anything happened with it, but Glenn was there kind of overseeing it. And then that was it. It's kind of short and sweet.
Is there any sessions that you want to talk about that were memorable to you, or like just left you feeling really good, or that you have nostalgia over, or something like that?
Well, yeah, I'm sure there were lots of them, but I can't recall them right now, except to generally say, kind of in a global way, that I always feel that way when I'm recording with Mark.
No, it's cool.
And we all do. We all do. The great musical experiences and the camaraderie. I mean, that band is so in each other's pockets. I mean, it's just like, it's stupid. It's just a mutual love affair. Everybody, so we enjoy spending time together. And that's the way it is on tour. You'd think you'd be sick of each other, but man, there is never a bad day. There's never a cross word. There's never a bad mood. And, from 2 o'clock on, when you're starting to head over to the gig, maybe for sound check, and 5 hours down at the gig before you play, and 2 hours of playing, and you come back to the hotel, and man, you can't wait to go down to the bar and have a drink all together with Mark,
Nice.
Or end up in somebody's room listening to music. That's how that band works. It's a real band, man.
Long term, everybody there long term?
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah. And everybody of the same age group?
No, there have been a few younger guys enter into it. A couple of wonderful UK folk musicians, Mike McGoldrick, who's absolutely the uilleann piper king, and plays great wood flute and whistles and all kinds of stuff, sitar and bouzouki, and also John McCusker, who's a renowned and awarded, he's gotten awards from the country, from Scotland, and the two of them make a great team. So they're kind of in their mid-40s, and they kind of came in around 2008.
Oh, that's a long time now, though. 12 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then with this tour, we brought in a little horn section. Tom Walsh, he's like 24 years old, and he just as well, he's like Methuselah, man. He knows every inch of that horn from Louis Armstrong forward. He's like an old soul, and he plays so well. And a wonderful sax player named Graham Blevins. So they're a good team, but they're like the kids. Graham is kind of in his late 30s, but Tom's like 23,
But he is a kid.
Yeah. But, and then, there's the geriatrics like me and Mark. 70 now. Well, I'm 69. He's 70. But anyway, yeah, the band's been together a long time, and it just knows. It knows what it's doing. The musicianship is, excluding me, the musicianship in that band is staggering. It can do anything. It can do anything. And I always feel like I'm the loose wheel on it, but I get my way through it, you know.
You somehow get through it.
Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, whenever we're recording, that's how we feel, you know.
That's awesome.
Great times. Yeah. I wish I had a better answer about the other stuff. I just can't think of it right now. Sorry.
No, it's cool. I was going to ask you this. Maybe it's just a reframe of the last question. If I asked you what knee-jerk reaction to the top 3 musical experiences you've had.
Oh, well, I don't know. They would again be very global answers, and Mark would figure into it. I mean, it was a profound, it's been a profound 25, 26 years.
That's just amazing, that length of time.
And then, you know, Neil would be the next one. I learned so much from him in my younger part of my life. You know, I became worldly because of him. And he also afforded me, you know, like Mark, you know, man, they just keep reeling yards and yards of rope off to you so you can go hang yourself, you know, and then they'll save you at the end, or, you know, you've proved something to them. But anyway, Neil was always very kind, and, you know, early on saw that I had an interest in writing songs, so he would take time and sit down and we'd write songs together, you know, and they were songwriting lessons.
That's really
at
cool.
First, you know, they were shit songs. You know, I'd bring him stuff and it'd just be rubbish. And he'd say, well, you know, this bit's good. What if we tried something around that? And blah, blah, blah. And of course, you know, most of them went nowhere, but I look back on it now, they were songwriting lessons. And then all of a sudden, you know, we wrote Forever in Blue Jeans, which was a good song and became something. And then we wrote some songs after that. I mean, I wasn't a steady co-writing partner. You didn't co-write that much, but, you know, we wrote 4 or 5, 6 tunes together.
That's
all
really
of which
cool
got
of him.
recorded once they got to a certain point,
Yeah.
you know, of being somewhat proficient. So that was it. And I learned how to be I learned what it meant to be on a stage, what it meant to put on a show with him. That it was serious work, you know, it was serious work. It was serious work every day. So I grew up and I learned a lot from him.
I think a lot of that, had you not been an old soul, the fact that, let me reframe that, the fact that you were kind of an old soul and a young kid is such an asset to you, man, because you really you got taken seriously, and then you look at the career you had because of that, man. I think that's a feather in your cap.
Yeah. Well, you had to be. The only thing I ever wanted to do was be a studio musician. And while there was a lot of camaraderie and joking around, and, you know, those guys were great spirits and jokers and all of that. But it was a business, and it was a deadly serious business. And so you had to be an adult to do that.
No,
I knew that.
I don't mean any disrespect. I'm not trying to argue, but you didn't have to. You chose to. Because there were plenty of guys, especially in your era, that were not, you know, they were like snorting lines of coke all day long.
Yeah. Well, that came. That came.
But obviously it came as a hobby, not as a vocation.
Yeah. Well, And you know, and I have to say the other really profound event would be, you know, sort of hooking up with Al Casey. I mean, that threw the doors open in so many ways. So whatever I have done or I have is because of him.
Yeah.
You know, and plus he ended up being my best friend. You know, the mentor student thing dissolved very quickly, and he just ended up being my big brother. You know?
That's nice, man.
Yeah. I was really proud that he asked me to produce his last couple of albums, and he'd moved back to Phoenix by then. But man, I was so knocked out to do that. You know, so I did my first session sitting next to him, and he did his last session sitting next to me.
That's nice, man.
Yeah.
And you got to pay it forward too, producing his records. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. That was good. So anyway, those are three kind of global, big musical events, you know, that changed my life.
I want to ask you some questions about your own solo records. I really, really like them. I'm not blowing smoke up your ass.
Oh, man.
I would say nothing if I didn't.
Yeah.
Much of the music is like, or the arrangements, it's some variation, and this is very simplified, of surf music meets Sergio Leone.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then you do a great job of adapting that sort of like vibe to loads of other genres, as I mentioned. You know.
Yeah. No, it gets tagged as surf music, some variation surf music. It's funny because I don't give a shit about surf music. I never did.
That's what I was going to ask you. What did you grow up listening? Yeah. What was like when you weren't listening to learn? What did you like sit and turn on the radio and groove to?
Oh, the same things you did, the same things we all did. But maybe because I'm just a little older, I also cottoned on to, you know, it's back then they still had hit instrumental records on the radio.
Right.
So, you know, you had things like, I don't know, in the 50s you had a Man with the Golden Arm and Swingin' Shepherd Blues, you know, and The Enchanted Sea and Quiet Village and the theme from High and Mighty. There used to be a lot of movie themes. 60s, you know, Theme from a Summer Place, the greatest instrumental ever. And Cast Your Fate to the Wind and Wonderland by Night and Last Date and Our Winter Love and Stranger on the Shore. These were hit records sitting right along next to Elvis Presley and everything else. And the Ventures, you know, and stuff like that. So instrumentals always played very heavily along with just regular songs to me.
Yeah, because I didn't recognize any of those songs. And not that I'm a music genius at all, but that you're right. That was a little bit before me, and that's what I didn't get to.
Any single one of them is worth going back and listening to.
I wrote a few down.
Theme from a Summer Place. God, you will have heard it. Once you hear it, you go, "Oh, of course." That's the one. That's the one I wrote down. Funny enough. Yeah. Well, start there.
Yeah, I will.
And or like "Stranger on a Shore" by Acker Bilk. So that always played heavily with me, and also, you know, middle of the road records like, you know,
Tornadoes and Torpedoes, whatever.
Yeah. But the instrumental versions of those things, like going back to the mid '50s, where they made these. They were wonderful, shining examples of arrangements of good songs, and you know, recording, the science of recording by the '50s and the early '60s was just tremendous. So, you know, I listened to a lot of that. even though people my age, would sneer at that kind of stuff. It would send them skittering to the nearest import bin at Tower or something, But I always found a lot to like about those records.
Okay.
So that just kind of all just lodges in here. I didn't necessarily make a study of it. I just enjoyed listening to it. And then bits and pieces of it just kind of stay and spit themselves out in curious ways or in different ways, But for me, melodic music has just always been the most moving. So that's what I gravitate to. Ennio Morricone. God, what a genius that guy was.
Oh yeah.
And you could sort of tag some of that as, the spaghetti Western stuff. Well, you could call that kind of quasi-surf too, maybe.
Yeah, I definitely would. Yeah, the same thing that makes that surf-ish is it's your tone more than anything else in there. It's not like you're playing, the Ventures, but there's a surf twang present. It's just your tone. That's what you play. It's how you play.
Yeah. Well, of course, Duane Eddy's an old friend of mine, but everybody loves Duane Eddy. You can't not love Duane Eddy. Well, I do too. So that finds its way in, and Hank Marvin of the Shadows plays huge in my record collection. So there's that, and then there's the straight up jazz guys like Johnny Smith and Barney Kessel and Howard Roberts, and so many of them. That music plays, I don't know. It just ends up like I was saying, musical whiplash. My God, that's what it is. And it's like just taking those giant blocks of stuff, that you like, and putting it in a food processor and just throwing it all together, and that's how it comes out of me, and it's all the better for that it's just impressions of those things and not being a slave to any of it.
I want to ask you about some of your songs specifically. Your first record, I think it was Themes from a Rainy Decade. It's from 2004. You have a song in which your records, this is really hard to name instrumentals, man. And you have some of your song names are very cool. And the album name, Themes from a Rainy Decade, Valley of the Sun, Contrary Cocktail. I mean, those are cool names, Ballads in Otherness. It's like, okay. They're like intriguing. They're like interesting. Like, okay, something called that is worth at least, if I had no interest, I'd listen, just let me check that out. It's kind of interesting.
Well, thank you, because that is the whole point of it. I think it's such a cop-out to name your album one of the song titles. It's just a fucking cop-out, man. Put your thinking cap on. You can do better,
but it's hard when it's instrumentals, man. As you know, it's not like.
Well, but it gives you all kinds of leeway. You're not stuck to a pesky lyric. You can do anything.
Very true. See, you're good. You look at the glass half full instead of half empty.
Yeah.
So you get a song on there called "The Flaming Palomino," and I wrote down. I was waiting for Clint Eastwood to come riding on a horse through my office. Man, what a cool track. I know it was a long time ago. I was just curious if you remember what was the backstory to that basically, and what guitar were you using, and was that tremolo on there? It was a long time ago, man.
Well, there's probably more backstory to the title. Than the song itself. The song is just a tune, it's just a tune that came to me, but it's a perfect example of, then once you got your tune and your chords to it, then what's the movie gonna be? what's the movie going to be? And that's when that whole, Pony Express thing
that was so
came out.
fucking cool, man.
The Western thing. So then you just roll up your sleeves and start going to work and arranging the thing and thinking, well, how do you make it that? But the guitar on that I do remember the guitar was a 1956 Gretsch Chet Atkins 6120 model. And I know we're not going to get into gear talk, which I'm so glad we're not going to, because as soon as people start talking about that, it's like my eyes, the iceberg comes floating by. I can't stand talking about gear. But anyway, that's what that guitar was. And yeah, there's just some amp tremolo on it. And I also remember doing, and I don't get into overdubbing myself a lot on my own records. I just get the main guitar, and I may do, if somebody puts a gun to my head, I may do another part, but I'd rather have somebody else play other guitar parts, even if I dictate it to them, and sometimes I do. I just like other fingerprints on it. I've become very sensitive to the one-man band thing, and I don't like it.
Well, man, you know what? That's really cool, because you're practicing what you're preaching. You know what I'm saying? Like, you believe in the session concept, but not for me. You know what I mean? That's cool that you think that way. I believe in the session player concept, because these people add something I don't have the ability to add, so let me do it on my own records. It's like,
that's
more
right.
authentic, sort of,
Well, it's just other people's, like I said, their fingerprints. You can hear other people playing.
Yeah.
It's not just you doing everything. I'll tell you what broke me of that, because I used to do that a lot, and I used to take a lot of pride in, weaving all these parts together. And the Steve Earle Guitar Town album really broke me of that, because that's what I did. I probably played 90% of all the guitars that are on there.
Oh, wow.
Steve played a couple of acoustic guitar parts, rhythm guitar parts, but the vast majority of every guitar on there is me, including the acoustic guitar parts, all the electric guitar parts, all the peripheral guitar parts. And so anyway, I went about this, and I got everything exactly like I wanted it. I mean, it was precisely how I wanted it. The inflections, the tone, the parts, the groove of it, every single thing. And you know something? I have a hard time listening to that album now, not because I don't like the album. I think it's a great album. And not that I'm ashamed of anything that I did, but when I listen to that album, it's like walking into a house of mirrors.
Yeah.
It's me there, and it's me there, and it's me there, and it's me doing this, and it's me doing that. I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
Totally
get it.
I like what I played. It's not that I didn't like it, or
I totally get it.
It's just I'm. It's like, look at me, and I'm exactly a don't look at me guy.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the Palomino. So the title of the thing. Oh, and I'll just get into one other thing that led me into all of that other nonsense. Is I did the unspeakable, and I overdubbed a couple of things after on that. So as the thing progresses, I think on the last play out or something, there's a little I doubled the thing down an octave with that Dan Electro
The
6
6-string bass. Yeah.
And then I put an instrument called a mandolin guitaraphone that's an octave, or it could be even 2 octaves up above the guitar. So you really have a wide, let me get in the frame.
Man, I got to go back and listen to that to hear that.
A wide range there. So anyway, so to the title of that, it always had the wide open spaces thing, and kind of the horse. Just felt like a galloping record. It's got that galloping rhythm. But I'd originally called it Chaparral, I think was the working title for it. And anyway, I played it for Knopfler, for Mark, who really liked that album, and he liked the cut and all. And but he said, man, you know, he's Chaparral. People are going to think it's like the theme from High Chaparral, the TV show. And it was a point well taken. So then I thought, you know, well, what? It's definitely got this horse vibe, the galloping vibe. Okay, horse. Well, you know, Palomino. Well, you know, Palomino wasn't enough. It had to be some kind of Palomino. You know, I don't know. The racing Palomino. No. The, I don't know. The galloping Palomino. No, it's crap. The golden Palomino. So there you go. There it is. There it was.
But you want to call it the flaming Palomino, I think, right?
Yeah. So I really liked the golden Palomino. It was that for a while.
Wasn't that a casino? Wasn't that a casino?
Well, that I think something ended up shifting golden into flaming.
Yeah, that's a badass name. That's a great name.
So, you know, it's either, you know, a badass Palomino, or it's a very flamboyant Palomino.
Could be. That's right. Touche.
But I ended up liking the way the flaming Palomino sounded.
Great title, man. Yeah. You also have another song on there called Blue at Best. And I just was curious, man, the guitar playing is great on there, but that particular track, the upright bass is, who's doing that? That's Glenn Worf from I know. Yeah, I know Glenn. He's going to come on the show. Yeah.
Oh, great. Yeah, he does. Totally. Yeah, he deserves it. Yeah, Glenny's great. And you know, of course, we've done a million sessions together before ending up in Mark's band together. And the drummer on that one was Mark's drummer at the time, a great drummer and great session drummer, Chad Cromwell. And we just cut that live as a trio. We were just sitting in the same room together.
Great track, man. Really good.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
You got another song on the Contrary Cocktail record that was from 2015 called Our Summer Lasts. It's a really beautiful track. And you know, it's got nice strings on there, but I was curious the backstory of that one.
I don't know. No story really. Again, most of these things just turn up as tunes.
Yeah.
And I write them and then figure out how the hell I'm gonna try to make a movie out of it or something. You know, as I was writing it, though. It wasn't the initial inspiration, but as I was writing it, I began to hear that it might be a little love letter to Because They're Young, which was another brilliant instrumental by Duane Eddy. Again, it's not that, but you know, there may be a little hint of that in it. I don't know. Yeah, Our Summer Lasts. But I do like that one.
Yeah,
I like that one too. Man.
And then just wanted to ask you an overall question about your last record, Ballads in Otherness. It's an awesome record. One thing, the songs have an overall sense of like a little bit of melancholy in them, and which I like. That's
I do.
I like that. And I was just curious, was anything like sad or stressful going on in your life that contributed to
absolutely
that?
nothing.
No.
But I think a lot of my stuff kind of can be a little bittersweet. I just kind of live there.
Yeah.
Not necessarily emotionally, but musically, you know?
Yeah. Which is interesting because let me frame my question. I'm trying to articulate it properly. You don't seem to be that kind of guy. You seem to be a guy that does look at the glass half full. I mean, not that, we all have shit to deal with, right? And you have good days and bad days, all of us. But your music does kind of sit in that pocket. Do you maybe use that as a like in a cathartic way? Like, if you're gonna express or get some sadness out of you or whatever's inside you through the music, maybe.
I wish I could say that I did. I wish I was that good to be able to channel stuff like that. No, it not at all. And I used to be kind of that bittersweet guy long time ago. I don't know. In my old age, I've become Pollyanna or something. I hate to say that.
Hey, less stress. Less stress.
Yeah, maybe so. I've just become grateful for everything, but no, I don't know what that's about, except that I think sometimes that bittersweet melancholy vibe really I don't know how to say this. I think some of the most heart-tugging music tends to be a bit bittersweet. Absolutely. I think you can really milk a melody. Yeah. You can really milk a melody in a ballad or in a mid-tempo, kind of in a bittersweet thing.
Yeah.
So I think that's why I'm drawn to it musically. I'm not that way myself personally, but I love it musically. There was a great songwriter, friend of mine, who made his living, in New York, in the Brill Building. And he wrote things like Indian Lake for the Cowsills. And
I know that song.
Yeah. And I Think I Love You by David Cassidy, by the Partridge Family. But his real passion was 50s pre-rock and roll pop music. Joni James and Frankie Lane and Rosemary Clooney, that era of pop music. And he and I became very good friends, and I was always a huge fan of that. That's what I was raised on before rock and roll. And, we talk about songs and melodies and stuff. And, he'd cite some example of a song. He said, "Now listen to that melody there." And he said, and then right there, you hear that note. And he said, "That's the choke note." And he said it a few times, and I began to understand. And when he'd say choke note, when it'd come to the note, if you were listening, he'd go, he said, "Man, that's the choke note." And that's true. You tighten your throat a little bit, you get a little lump in your throat. And it would be the unexpected note. And I really came to understand that and embrace it and try to apply it. It's not a rule. There are no rules to any of it. But to recognize it when it turns up and flaunt it, and to use it.
Yeah.
To use it.
Well,
so I'm looking for different things like that, when I'm writing.
And if you look at a couple of guys we talked about here, Mark and Gilmore,
absolutely. Yeah.
They're in melancholy, man. And it's the thing is, when you have a good song like that, and like your songs, what's nice is it doesn't leave you in there.
Right.
You know, you touch there, and then at the end, you know, you're on this emotional, and it's like you feel better, but you got to keep your toe in it. It's kind of a weird thing. I don't even know how it works.
Yeah. Well, it certainly is with those two guys you mentioned. I don't know that it is with me, but yeah, I don't know. I'm very happy with being nearly 70 years old now, and considering myself a writer.
Yeah.
You know, it was something I always dabbled in, but I really feel like over the last 20 years, I can put some music together. Yeah. I'm not a lyricist. I'm a crap lyricist, you know, but I feel pretty proud of this music I've been writing, particularly as it's progressing. And I'm just wrapping up a new album now that I'm calling a folk album. But I don't know that anyone else is going to hear it that way. But that's fine. That doesn't matter. But anyway, the writing in it, I'm very pleased with. I felt like I've made some headway.
Man, let me tell you, I've had close to coming up on 800 people I've had interviewed, right?
Yeah.
Probably 4 to 5 sidemen. I can't think of too many that have 6 albums out. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is impressive. You know something,
really is.
I came to it very late in the career, late in the game. And I never wanted to make records for myself. I always wanted to make records for somebody else. But part of it was I wasn't really sure who I was anyway to make a record. I was approached to make a record in the mid-'80s by a producer friend here in town. And of course, it was very flattering, and it was for a major label. And it was very flattering. And then I got thinking, well, what am I going to do? Who the hell am I? Part of the thing of being a session musician, as you know, is trying to be as many things to as many people as you can. And I certainly fulfilled that bill, as all good studio musicians do. But I've seen quite a number of them lose sight of who they were. They become so many different things, and they can do so many different things. And it's such a great craft, and it's a proud craft. But sometimes you lose track of what brought you to that party, who you were when you came in. And I certainly did. I didn't know who I was anymore. I could certainly turn the session trick all the time.
Sure.
But when it came time to do something for me, well, what was I going to do? I was still kind of chasing rock and roll then a bit. Was I going to do a rock and roll thing? Yeah. Was I going to do a country thing? No, I didn't want to do a country thing. Not that there's anything wrong with any of it, but I didn't want to do that. I didn't, at that time, hadn't explored jazz enough to where I even vaguely, remotely knew what I was doing with that.
Well, it's interesting because that's a progression I noticed where jazz became more involved in your catalog as it went on. And it was really cool because you just like everything else here, you have your own take on it. You know, you're not, it's not like, oh, let me play like Wes Montgomery or, you know, let me whoever, you know, it's you with your, which was really cool. And I enjoyed that as more I got into it.
But, you know, the real breakthrough for me, I guess, was was hooking up with Mark, and I don't know. When I turned 50 or something, I let go, as we all do, I think, around 50.
Yeah.
I started letting go of a lot of shit that didn't matter to me anymore. And what included that was trying to be all things to all people. I'd done that, and it was becoming increasingly harder for me to do that. And to finally shake hands and reconnect with who I am. And finally, at 50 years old, begin to groom that into something. I'd groomed everything else into stuff. I never bothered with myself. And I think the confidence that I'd gained by, having Mark accept me gave me the confidence to accept myself and shake hands with that,
Man, I give you a lot of credit because I'm sorry, finish, please.
No, anyway, and that's when I really started concentrating on all these things that I could do and that I loved, and quit apologizing for the fact that I like that,
Yeah.
I like lounge music.
Yeah.
I like 50s records. I like 60s movie instrumental music,
Yeah.
movie themes. So that's when that started happening. That's when that first album started happening.
I was going to say, I give you a lot of credit because it's very hard, as you know. Everybody says, I need to do X. And 99% of it doesn't get done. And I'm not saying that in a condescending way at all, but it takes a lot, especially when you are at a stage where you're doing something new and you're 50. Not that it's old, but you got to work, man. You had to, you didn't just go into, you had to work on, there was time and energy in figuring out how the hell you're going to do this, who you're going to be. Testing, trial. I can't imagine how much went into that first record.
Well, it kind of coincided though with having more time, because we weren't touring constantly with Mark. We tour every other year or maybe every third year. Plus, I sort of had a bit of a career crisis around that time. 96 was a funny year for me. In that, when we moved to Nashville in 1985, I came out here to produce records.
I was going to ask you, what prompted?
Yeah, I wanted to come out here and produce records. And I thought here was a better place to do it for me than LA was. For a number of musical reasons and also contacts that I've made here. So that's what I came out to do. And my first, involvement in production here was Guitar Town, Steve Earle, which ended up being a successful album.
Huge.
And that kind of threw the doors open to the town for me as a record producer. And concurrently, I was still doing a lot of session work.
Here or in Nashville? Here or in LA?
By the time I moved to Nashville and producing, I was doing a lot of session work here.
Okay.
Yeah, great. After we'd moved as well. That career took off here, which that's not what I came out to do. And I didn't expect that, but it happily came along here as well. So anyway, I'm losing the plot here. So anyway, I'm chasing record production here, and did that for 8 or 10 years, actively. And I realized that the only thing I liked about producing records was actually making the record, and every other attendant bit with it, I despised. I hated dealing with record companies. I hated the politics of it. I didn't enjoy, searching for songs for artists. A lot of people enjoy that. I didn't enjoy that. I didn't enjoy fucking A&R people who didn't know what they were talking about. And I knew good A&R people. But at that period when I was producing records here, Belmont College, which had and has a very successful music business curriculum, as does Middle Tennessee University. And of course, kids going to college and they're in Nashville and, oh man, it's so sexy, man. I'm going to major in music and I'm going to major in music business. Well, the record companies found a fire hose of people, of kids coming out of these colleges wanting jobs. And the way the companies dealt with it is they didn't give them jobs. They gave them internships, which was indentured servitude, and didn't pay them, But eventually, some of these kids ended up trickling up the ladder, and a number of them ended up trickling up into the A&R department, and they didn't know what the fuck they were doing.
God, that's got to be awful.
And not that I knew what I was doing, but I sure knew a lot better than that. Yeah. And so anyway, all of that, and man, I didn't want to do it anymore. And so, in '96, it was a decision that I made that I wasn't going to do that anymore. But it was a crisis because that's what I'd come out here to do and had succeeded at doing, and sort of saw myself as that guy for a long time. And now I wasn't that guy anymore. I had to let it go.
How old were you? Did. So that was 24 years ago. So you're
about 45.
45. Okay. Yeah, that's balls. That's not ballsy. That's, that's a big thing to do at that stage of the game. I've learned through listening to many stories like this, it has made it so critically important to me to just do what you like, man. And I love hearing this because it's so right. It's so perfect in alignment with the world, with what, I mean, it's just.
Yeah. Really well, that's what you've done. That's what you've done. Reading your background.
Yeah, I have with this show for sure.
But you just get to a point, I don't know, and 50 seems to be a milestone for a lot of people, that you realize, God, I don't have anywhere near the time left on the back end that I've lived in the front end. And, what are you going to do at that time? Are you still going to pretend to like stuff that you don't like? Yeah. Or still hang around listening to stuff, waiting for it to dawn on you, but you don't really like it? And do things that you just don't have time for anymore, And it's time to start looking after yourself.
Yeah.
So that's what I started doing. And that's when the writing really started taking shape. And I feel that it's, I mean, not to blow my horn in any way, but I feel like it's slowly progressed through these last 20 some years,
Man, you've done a great job writing, arranging. You can, I'll toot your horn. These are
really, you already have
really good records, man. Really good
thank
records.
Thank you. Well, and something that's happening. I think it's going to be out next month. Is one of the older albums. An album called Code Red Cloud 9,
mm-hmm.
which I was going through a really serious jazz binge. It was just freebasing, classic jazz. And I was taking lessons and I was just into it. It really quickly began creeping into my, not that I consider myself a jazz player, but the writing, it really found its way into the writing. Anyway, I did an album of these kind of jazz flavored tunes that I'd written. And a company up in Indiana, a vinyl only company called Yield Brother Records, is releasing it on vinyl in, I think it's out next month. We got the test pressings several weeks ago, and it's in, it's being manufactured now. And this, man, it was music that was written and recorded to be on vinyl. And
Yes.
when I dropped the needle on the test pressing, man, it was like, oh God, this is so right. And, I heard stuff in the record that I just didn't even hear on the CDs anymore. Vinyl to me is still the premium format to listen to music on. CDs are fine, but they don't have the depth and clarity to me. And downloads are a poor cousin to CDs, and streaming is just, a waste of time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's convenient. I get it, and that's fine. But as far as listening pleasure,
Sure.
and fidelity. So anyway, Yield Brother Records, yieldbrother.com. If anybody's interested in checking that out. And it'll be released on vinyl exclusively through them. And the package is great. And I wrote a little essay, an updated essay. Duane Eddy wrote the original liner notes. And I'm really proud of that album. Proud of the writing of that album.
Even it's funny. There's a song on there I really like called "Right on the Price, Right on the Corner." That's even even the name of it is like such a jazz name.
Yeah. There was a car dealership in Phoenix when I was growing up there as a kid that used to sponsor, a Saturday night late night, the late movie at 10:30 at night or something. I'm trying to remember the name of the dealership. Doesn't matter. Anyway, their logo was, something cars. We're right on the price and right on the corner.
Bootleg
But you could sort of, make that into a hooker kind of thing,
Hey man,
It's how I heard it.
It's just this perfect jazz title, man. And I like that song.
Yeah.
What were some low points that you've been through, and how'd you get through them?
Probably my darkest period. It's funny, my brightest periods and my most rewarding periods are with Mark Knopfler, and probably my darkest period was with Mark. And it was 96, and we'd done that album Golden Heart, which ended up being his first solo album away from Straits, and not to do with the Hillbillies, And we started, the Notting Hillbillies. We'd started that album in 94. Anyway, finished it up, and they wanted to book a tour to promote the album. And I hadn't been on tour. Last time I was on tour was with Neil in 87. So whatever that was, 8 or 9 years. And so anyway, I don't know. In those years, I as I say, was producing records. My playing had kind of taken a backseat to producing. And I didn't really feel I was on my game in any way, particularly. I'd play on the records that I produced, but that was different. You kind of sort a part out. You could, especially if you're producing the record, you have a lot of time to think about it at home when you're not in the studio, and
you got a lot of leeway.
come up with very clever shit, and then however you needed to do it to realize it on the record. But you can do that making records. But here I was faced with, kind of being shoulder to shoulder with Mark Knopfler. And I thought, oh God, And so that was sort of really weighing on me. And I didn't, once we got out there gigging, I really didn't feel like I was holding my end up of the bargain at all. I felt I was playing terribly. And you know how that goes. It can kind of become a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
And Jesus, I'd come back at the end of the gig so depressed, just hating myself. And, all the rest of the guys, they'd go down to the bar for a drink. Man, I hid out on that first tour. And
Wow.
I'd go back to the room and absolutely relive every horror story of that gig.
Man.
It's a good thing I didn't have a cat of 9 tails. I'd have just made ribbons of myself.
Yeah.
But I did so mentally. I didn't need to do it physically. And this went on for months. And I was in a really bad way. And if I didn't have a nervous breakdown, if it wasn't a nervous breakdown, I think I probably cozied up pretty close to it being one. Oh, man, I was just... So that was going on, combined with the fact that I hadn't been kind of away from home at length like that for a good 8 years or so. So that was kind of, the tour itself was kind of weighing heavily on me. And then there was this other crisis going on about producing, this identity crisis of, what am I going to do when I'm done with this tour? Go back to Nashville and start soliciting production work? Man, no, I don't want to do that. But meantime, I'd kind of fallen out of the studio scene because I was playing, producing records. I was really in a mess, very dark, very dark. It's a good thing I wasn't drinking a lot, because boy, I'd have really done some damage. But anyway, so a month before the tour was over, I remember specifically, waking up in Madrid after having a horrendously bad night and thinking, okay, this has got to stop, And I kind of just cracked open the curtains and put an eye out. And it was a beautiful day. And I thought, man, you've got a month left on this tour, and you're lucky enough to be in Europe and to be in Madrid today. And the Prada Museum is just 2 blocks away. And what are you doing, man? Get yourself out. It's going to be the last time you'll ever have a chance to go to Europe, that. So just, that's given. Make the best of the last month that you've got. And I did. I got myself dressed and had some coffee and went to the Prada. And that was a turning point for at least getting through the rest of the gig. I like I said, I'd resigned myself to the fact that I'd lost the gig already anyway. Of course, nobody had said anything.
Yeah, did you talk to anybody? Like I'm sure you
No.
called your wife at home and talked to her.
Oh yeah. Oh God, it was bleak. No, but of course Mark had never said anything. None of the guys had ever said anything. So it's something I'd sort of planted a seed, and it had just grown like kudzu.
Yeah.
into all over me. And so anyway, that was a beginning. That was a turning point of coming back. And I managed to get through the rest of the tour in a little brighter mood. So that was absolutely the deepest and darkest. And that was Mark as well, although it had nothing to do with him. It had to do with me, but it was in that period. And but the other thing was I made a little tentative plan to what to do when I got home. One was not to pursue record producing, and two was to take a little short breather, a little rest, and try to pull myself up by the bootstraps as a player again. And, you know, call my producer friends and say, look, I'm back in town, and if you need me, I'd like to get back in the trenches again. And I did all of that. So I felt like there was forward motion there, and I'd sort of taken control of it and began to try to remedy some things. And then very shortly after that, like, you know, a few months after the tour was over, my friend Chuck Ainley, who I mentioned earlier, called and said, look, Mark wants to start another album right away. And so what's your schedule? You know, we're looking at this date and this date and this date. And are you available? I thought, fuck yeah, I'm available. And right then I realized that dispelled everything.
And you realize this was all you, and it was just something that you created.
It was all me.
That must have felt like a fucking million-pound weight after you got that phone call.
I thought after convincing myself that I would never hear from this guy again, for him to ask me to be on the next album, I thought, well, geez, you know, maybe I've done something right after all. I don't know. But anyway, that was a huge turning point. And it was yeah, I've been sort of upbeat and reasonably confident. I'm not an overly confident person anyway, but I've been very upbeat about things since then, you know.
26 years later, something worked.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, yeah. No, it's been a great adventure with Mark. A massive learning curve on all levels, and a worldliness there as well that I originally got from Neil, but really much deeper, you know, with Mark. And of course I was older and able to appreciate it.
Yeah.
Take myself out and see these wonderful cities and do things and eat and drink for America. You know, God, we just eat so well. And yeah, so anyway, it was the best of times and it was the worst of times.
All righty. So is there anything, Richard, you haven't done yet musically that you'd like to do, or anyone you haven't played with yet that you'd like to play with?
They're all dead. No, I just want to keep playing, you know. And I don't, you know, there's so much as far as musically you haven't done. You never get to the bottom of it, do you?
I don't think so.
You're always on a path, always learning. And no, you know, I'm deficient in so many areas. So
where do you feel you're deficient in? Because like I listen to you and I don't hear any.
Oh, well.
I mean, you're your worst critic. I get it, but.
Yeah, I don't know. You could just always be better at everything.
Yeah.
Better jazz player, you'd be a better rock player, you'd be a better everything. But I don't know, you know, I still buy books and poke through them, and you know, so there are times, and for me, there are many periods that I go through that you sort of plateau off, you know, and you're not particularly inspired at the moment by anything, or not particularly feeling creative. And man, that's when I turn to things like instruction books again. And I let somebody else take the wheel, and I'll just become a student again and stick my nose in the book. And invariably, of course, you're going to learn something if you do that, which will then launch me off into a creative period.
Right.
So I've been doing that again. I bought a couple of books of fantastic, not a household name guitar player, but a brilliant guitar player, a guy named Chuck Wayne from New York. And Chuck had been around since the 40s. a genius jazz player. He was the first guitar player in that really famous George Shearing quintet in the early 50s. But he was a great classical guitar player as well. Anyway, he put out 2 or 3 books, instruction books, and they're pretty dense going. It's pretty thick getting through the woods there with it. But that's kind of what I'm doing right now.
Right.
And, you know, I go through I always go back to the Johnny Smith, the complete Johnny Smith book. And no, so I'm always poking around at something.
Yeah. Looking for idea prompts.
Well, it ends up being idea prompts, but I'm just looking to plug up some holes in my knowledge, you know, of the instrument. And it's like Swiss cheese for me, you know.
Oh, come on, man.
It really is. It really is. But that's, you know, the whole point of that is that you never get to the bottom.
Yeah, I think in any professional and any career is always, you know, anybody who says, "Oh, I've got it," you always got to kind of wonder, question that, you know, there's
no way.
I have this expression: smart people realize how little they know, and stupid people think they know everything.
Right.
And I just, from observation, I've you know, sure, I could use something a little more eloquent than stupid people, but you know, I'm from the Bronx. I can only go so far with this.
Oh, yeah.
What's your go-to guitar right now? And what other 2 guitars would round out your top 3? And has that changed over the years?
Oh, it changes all the time. Here you go.
Right on, man.
Right here is a 1954 Tele. And I'm playing the hell out of that these days.
That's it. That looks beautiful, man. Is that like a new fretboard or?
No, it's just all original.
It looks great, man. It's really clean.
Great shape. Yeah, it's a great guitar.
Where did you get that?
Well, it was a gift from a very good friend.
That's awesome. Very cool, man.
An awesome gift. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it took me 3 or 4 days to be able to compose a thank you note. Even it was just overwhelming.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah.
So that's your number 1 right now. What would be 2 and 3?
At the moment, yeah. What else? I've been playing a 1936 D'Angelico that I have, Excel model. I've been playing that a lot.
Is that hollow body?
Yeah, an archtop guitar. And I've also been playing. I just recently got a Les Paul Custom Shop 58.
Oh, cool.
That I got a few years ago. That was made in 2012. That I absolutely adore. And I've been playing that a lot as well.
Very cool.
Yeah, but funnily enough, I never plug a guitar in at home. You know, whether I'm playing the Les Paul or any kind of an electric, I never plug it in. I just sit there and play it. You know,
just play around.
Yeah, I never plug in unless I'm in the studio.
What are you playing through most of the time in the studio and on stage?
Well, on stage, I use an AC30, a Vox AC30, and a Tone King Imperial. And in the studio these days, I mean, I use all kinds of amps, but Tone King also made a model.
That's the guy down here in Florida, isn't he? Like in Orlando, I think.
No, I think they were up in Maryland, unless that's changed.
No, it could be. I'm probably have the wrong guy.
I'm trying to think of the. God, hang on. I'm going to go look at it right now.
Okay, do it.
It's a Tone King Falcon Grande. And it's a single 12, and it's just a great sounding amp, you know? It's one of those amps you plug in and just music.
Yeah.
Sounds very musical. You don't have to dick around with a lot of stuff. And it doesn't have a lot of knobs on it either.
Yeah, I'm not big on that, man. I'm like,
no, me neither.
Like simple, very simple.
God, me too. I'm just completely flummoxed by any kind of technology, as you've sorted out by now. So simple and just plug in and go. You know?
Yeah, that's what I like.
It's the reason I never kind of got into pedal boards and all of that stuff. You know,
do you use any pedals?
I don't.
You don't? Yeah.
I don't. Occasionally I'll if I'm playing through an amp that doesn't have internal tremolo in it, and I want that, you know, then I'll plug a little tremolo unit in and go into that. It's just all too confusing for me, you know.
No, I agree with you. I'm overwhelmed with just trying to play the instrument.
Exactly. I've got my hands full with that. And so in a way, you know, my guitar, my lack of effects, if you will, becomes its own effect.
Yeah.
And I found, you know, doing sessions, everybody else is completely maxed out with pedal boards, and before that it was these giant refrigerator racks of stuff.
Bradshaw stuff, yeah.
And before that it was pedal boards again. You know, and it's all, everybody's so processed out, which is fine, it's okay. But if you got two guitar players who are real processed, it's like it always cancels itself out somehow. So if one guy's real straight, which I guess would be me, and the other guy is processed, well, that's it. You've got room for two different things then.
Yeah. Mark doesn't use a lot of pedals, I wouldn't imagine either, does he? Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Be organic.
Yeah,
that's not to say that there isn't echo and there isn't stuff put on sort of after the fact, but it tends to be more in the control room area than floor pedals.
Sure.
And that stuff sounds better anyway. You know,
yes.
The quality of that is so much cleaner and bigger, you know.
And it's more controlled.
Exactly right. Yeah. Exactly right. And you can get just such a great big guitar sound if you don't put a lot of shit on it.
Yeah.
You know, and put a mic in front of the thing and then process it however you want afterwards. But boy, you got a big signal to work with then.
Yeah.
You know?
Totally. Hey, do you have any interesting stories about how you acquired any of your guitars? Well, certainly that 54 Telly as a gift is an interesting story, but anything else?
Oh God. Well, yeah. That D'Angelico that I was telling you about.
36. That's old, man. That's almost 100 years. It's like 80 years old.
It's a proper real D'Angelico.
Yeah.
So anyway, you know, that's D'Angelicos are sort of the holy grails for guitar players. There were so relatively few of them made, and they're absolutely killer guitars. And I don't know. We were working in New York with Mark. We had a little residency, and
you had a residency where?
At the Beacon. I think at the Beacon we were.
What a great man! I've been to that theater several times. What a great.
Yeah.
Is it as good to play on from stage as it is to hear? Yeah. Oh my God, it's
a wonderful place.
Oh,
Anyway, you know, I always go up and see my friend Rudy Pensa up there, and you know, Rudy's got all the D'Angelicos. So I don't know. He had 5 or 6 of them out. We went up to a little loft up there at his shop, And he had them all out on the couch, you know, and on the floor, and we were just looking at them and playing them and smelling them, and you know how you are with guitars. Anyway, I absolutely fell in love with this 36 D'Angelico. And it was a lot of money, you know, and I'd never spent that much money on a guitar. And of course, Mark was there with me, and Glen was there with me as well. And you know, it was just love at first sight. I couldn't stop playing this thing. And so that was that. And you know,
They got you over your guilt?
They did. They both Mark and Glen.
Good friends. That's good friends.
And Guy Fletcher, and said, man, you know, and it was Glen who finally said, you know, the hardest thing is going to be writing that check. He said, once you've signed that check, you're never going to miss a penny of it. And
yes.
Right.
Yeah, man.
Right. But that was an arm-twisting purchase, and I was so glad that that happened.
And how long ago did you get that?
About 4 years ago.
Yeah, and here you are, still playing it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, regularly. So that's cool.
But it was one of those. It was one of those purchases that I had to check in at City Hall.
Yeah.
You know,
honey. And I'm sure she said, like, do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So
yeah, I don't miss a penny of it.
It's amazing how, like, when you don't buy tons of gear, your wife is always like, get it.
Yeah.
But the guys who are bitching, oh, I got to hide it from my wife. Well, you get 300 guitars. I mean, I could sort of understand that.
I know. Yeah. I've
you know,
kind of gotten over that. Although the thing is, I've amassed so many guitars around here because I just don't sell anything. So, you know, I've got my first guitar from when I was a kid.
Which
was a little Mexican guitar that my parents bought me. I've been pestering them for a guitar.
Is that the one you played with Al Casey?
I'm sorry?
Is that the one you played with Al?
No. I'd sort of grown out of that guitar by then. But no, we were living in Phoenix at the time. And my parents would occasionally go down for a weekend to just cross the border to Nogales occasionally. And they bought me a little 3/4 Mexican guitar. It was just hanging on the wall over here. So anyway, I mean, I've got every instrument I've ever had. So it's a lot of stuff. You know?
Well, let me know when the Richard Bennett liquidation sale.
Any minute now.
I'd like to come up just to look at, you know, I'll be you looking at the guitars like you were with the D'Angelico. Here's a tough question. Favorite musicians you've enjoyed playing with? And man, you've played with some tremendous ones.
Oh. Well, you know, Mark would certainly top that list.
Yeah, I got to believe that.
And God, I don't know, Albert Lee. You know, there's so many great, you know, Earle Palmer. Back when I was doing sessions in LA, those guys were monster musicians. You know, I got to do a session with Howard Roberts.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I mean, not for him. He was just on the date. He and I were.
That's so cool.
Date. Yeah. And, you know, guys like Hal Blaine and Joe Osborne and I don't know. On and on it goes. And I do have to say that my two long road associations with Neil Diamond and with Mark, those bands were just stellar. They were absolutely great bands. Neil's band particularly in the 70s, just killer, just great. And Mark's situation for 25 years has just been staggering. that musicianship and that within that band. Man, I'm always the squeaky wheel in it.
No, I don't. I would doubt that. Everybody in that, but when you have everybody at that degree of level, everybody's thinking I'm the squeaky wheel here.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
so.
I think so, man.
So,
but I mean, but because who walks around thinking, man, I'm so much better than all these guys. Like that's not normal for like a you know, like a normal musician doesn't think like, you know, that's had a good successful career. You know, humility is part of a key component of that, you know, not arrogance, you know. So I mean, I couldn't see it.
Yeah.
If you could answer, and if not, I totally get it. Once COVID's over, will Mark be coming back out?
I don't know. I think what happens next is we've got to record a new album.
Okay.
You know?
And then you have a proper touring cycle.
Yeah, that's right. And then we'll see. I don't know.
Man, that would be wonderful.
Yeah. Oh, I would love nothing better.
Oh.
But nobody, you know, nobody is in a hurry to do any sessions at the moment.
Yeah, I totally get that.
I understand. I tried to get a little session together for myself to finish up a new album that I'm working on. That's finished except for one more tune that's ready to go. And, you know, a couple of the guys are nervous about it. I completely understand. So.
Yeah, strange times, man.
Yeah, it really is.
Tell me your top 3 Desert Island discs, Richard, just for this moment, because that could change like in 10 minutes.
Oh, I know. Well, I mean, there's certain things I go to that are continually inspiring. And one is the Charlie Parker and Strings album. I never fail to enjoy every moment of that.
Your passion for jazz, man, has been made so clear to me through this conversations we've had, man. You really respect the genre and it's just not, it's very nice to, you know, I'm not a jazz guy per se, but it's nice when you see someone that likes something so viscerally, you know, it's nice.
It's something I've always aspired to, and it's one of my great failings. You know, that's one of those things you just continually working on.
Yeah.
So anyway, there's that. There was a wonderful box set that came out about 10 or 12 years ago on Proper Records from Britain. And it was a 4 CD thing called, I think, the Cosimo Matassa story. And he was the great engineer who had the studio there in New Orleans, who cut 90% of all the great R&B records that came out of New Orleans.
What's his name? Cosimo Matassa?
Matassa, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. And his studio was Cosmo's studio. And it's staggering, man. It's just a wealth of that brilliant R&B from the late 40s through the early 60s there in New Orleans. So I would say maybe that. And there's a wonderful Johnny Smith compilation that came out a while ago. I mean, I've got everything, but as an introduction to Johnny Smith, if you will, I think it's called Spring is Here. And it was all his great Roost recordings. And I don't know, you know, Johnny Smith is, if somebody put a gun to my head and said, you can only pick one guitar player, who's your favorite guitar player? You know, no, man, you can't. Okay, you know, they cocked the gun. Johnny Smith.
Johnny Smith for you.
Johnny Smith would be it, yeah.
I got to tell you, all three of them, almost
Mhm.
800 interviews, first time selections. Never heard of any three of these before. It's
Oh,
really cool.
really?
Yeah,
Oh,
very
man.
cool.
Well, go straight to well, any three of them. I think you'd be rewarded.
I'm going to for sure, man.
Do you listen to Johnny Smith at all?
I have not. I'm just getting turned on to him embarrassingly from you.
No, it's fine, man. Killer.
I'm going to check him out for sure. Spring is here, and I want to look at that the R&B box set because I'm very much into R&B.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. I don't know if it's available anymore. I'm sure all of this is online now.
Yeah, I'm sure it's all on Apple Music. It's funny, my kids. You may have the same thing with your kids. Your guys are a little older than mine, but my son will come to me, particularly the 28-year-old. He'll say, "Man, this is great. Do you have any of this?" And it's like the Temptations.
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Yeah, I've got a couple of their songs."
Oh, yeah. It's the best thing, man. It's the best thing when they do that.
Yeah.
Of course, I've got about 7,078s. I mean, I'm just a record.
Oh, wow.
Man. And, a room full of albums and 45s. And, so it's like a working library.
Yeah.
And my kids were always, welcome to it. So it's like, it was nothing for my 12-year-old son to be into the Mills Brothers or something,
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. They're just pretty wide-ranging tastes.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, I'm seeing this whole, you need a manager though, man, the liquidation between the records and the guitars, man. I'm
starting to think about.
This is more than one human being can manage, man. Best decision you ever made, Richard?
The best decision I ever made was to leave Phoenix and go pursue my career in Hollywood. And I just graduated high school, and I didn't want to leave. I loved Phoenix, and I was working. I'd already established myself playing in bands and stuff. And, you have to remember that in the 60s, in a medium-sized town like Phoenix was then, it's a sprawl now, but, man, if you could, as a musician, if you could knock down a 6-night-a-week gig at some place, if you could make $125, $150 a week, man, you could buy a little home and raise a family and live off of that.
Awesome.
And I was on my way to doing that. I loved the town so much. But I'd already hooked up with Al Casey, and I knew what I wanted to do. But it was a hard thing to leave into that sprawl of LA. And there's no guarantees, man. I wasn't that great of a player anyway. I didn't know, I was just a kid who, had this dream. I wanted to do what Al Casey was doing.
Yeah.
But there are no guarantees, even if you know the man himself.
Sure.
To get in and do that. So it was very scary.
I give you so much credit for doing that. That's so, and your folks were behind you, you said, right? All the way?
Yes. Yeah, they were. They were really good about that. And I suppose the other great decision I made, and again, it was a frightening move, was uprooting out of LA then, after I'd established myself there, to move to Nashville. And there was no guarantees there either.
But the path you took there was so cool. I give you credit for you did this thing and it wasn't you. As
sorry.
far as like production, you got into production, you did it at a high level, you were very busy, and then you just realized, this really isn't my thing.
Oh, yeah. Well, the reason I came here to Nashville was to get into producing records.
Yeah.
I'd done a bit of it in LA, but I really saw that as my future at that time. Because I figured I'd had my career already playing. And it wasn't that I was giving that up, but that just seemed the next logical thing for me to do. And I'd been coming to Nashville for a couple of years prior to moving here in 85. I'd started coming out in 81 or 82, commuting and playing on projects. And I liked the feel of it. And I knew a lot of the guys here. And a lot of LA people had begun moving here as well. But I just thought I wanted to make records a certain way. And I saw that happening here rather than in LA. But it was a crapshoot, and to uproot your family. And we had kids at that point, and it was scary. It was a scary time.
Very much.
Until I got established a bit. And my wife didn't particularly love it at that time. And I just thought, man, what have I done? I've fucked up my own career. And, then I've dragged my family into this as well, Man. Anyway.
Those are tough decisions, man.
Yeah, but it ended up being the right one.
Tough question. What do you like most about yourself?
Well, God, I don't know. I like to think that I'm a kind person. I suppose that, My old man was a kind person.
Dad was kind.
Yeah. It is a tough question.
What would your wife say she likes most about you?
Oh, probably the fact that I've been away for so many years touring.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Yeah. Gee, I don't know. Maybe, maybe it just goes back to that kindness thing.
Yeah, man, kindness is not. It's more important than I think people. You don't hear people talking about kindness, but
no,
I think it's pretty important. I think it's important to be kind to yourself.
Well, that's hard to do sometimes.
Yeah. But if you could do, my experience anyway, when I started being a little kinder to myself, it became suddenly much easier to be kinder to others.
Yeah. That humility, I think, will take you a long way.
Yeah, I would agree with you, man. Who's had the biggest influence on your life musically and also personally?
Well, I would have to say Al Casey. There are a million people along the way who you can cite, but Al was just was like a lightning rod for me. He I don't quite know how to say it. He gave my life purpose. He was the reason I wanted to try to become a studio musician.
That's so cool, man.
And, and then once I got to know him so well, the greatest gift he gave me, and he taught me many things, but beyond that was, he gave me a place to be in that, especially at that time. He had a music store, he and his wife, in Hollywood. So it was a place to hang out. It was a place I taught there.
Yeah, you remember you talked about that. You said you got really networked into the whole community
Exactly.
there. Yeah,
I met
that's
everybody through him.
yeah.
And those doors kind of parted, you know. And so both musically and personally,
Yeah, okay. So.
he wasn't always the best role model. I won't get into that, but he had his problems. But I don't know, you know. And I have to include, you know, I'll have to include Mark into that as well, you know, sort of bookending Al very early on. And man, I've learned so much from Knopfler. Just about music, you know, some specific guitar things, but just in a broader sense, in a musical, global sense, man.
What a writer.
Gee,
What a writer that guy is. I mean, insane.
Yeah, I know. I think the guitar thing has overshadowed. I think people think of him first as a guitar player, and that's understandable.
Totally, yeah.
But I think it's overshadowed his writing. And really, he and I have talked about this. He sees himself as a writer first. And the guitar thing just comes along with the package. It's important.
It's the means to the end.
Yeah. But it's always about the song. It's always to serve the song. And that's the other thing, man. If I can distill 25 or 26 years of knowing him into one, you know, axiom, it's you're there to serve the song. And that's really what not that I'm a great musician, but that's what any great musician will tell you.
Absolutely.
That's what doing session work is about. And that's what being a sideman is about. You're there to serve the song, not yourself.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yourself will come along if you serve the other purpose, you know.
You have any hobbies or interests outside of music, Richard? Besides books?
Yeah, I like to read. Yeah, unfortunately not. I'm pretty.
And your what do you call it, man? Your wheelbarrow. That's a pretty. You put it on your website. You don't have a lot of stuff on your website.
That's pretty tragic, you know, to be touting your wheelbarrow. Yeah, no, I mean, I listen to records a lot, but it tends to be all centered around music and pretty
sure
blinkered, I think.
Favorite place you've traveled? You've been all over the world multiple times.
Oh, yeah. Italy. Love Italy. I don't know. I love it all, man. I love it all. I just love traveling.
Yeah.
You know,
thank God for that.
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. And I've been spoiled in both of my long-term touring situations.
Yeah.
Both with Neil and with Mark, that we travel well.
Yeah,
you know?
You're not waiting on coach. That's a gift, man. That's cool.
And eat good food and eat and drink for America. And I don't know. I've been very lucky.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if Mark is going to do any more touring or not. I don't see Neil touring anymore. And I'm just beginning to grapple with the idea that that may be done for me now.
Yeah. This is the problem. This is the big question mark with COVID.
Mm-hmm. Exactly right.
In the history of our lives, me and you,
mm-hmm.
and everybody listening to this, there has never been that much uncertainty about not just tomorrow, next week, next month, 6 months, a year.
That's right.
There's never been that much. And that is what makes people, in my opinion, antsy.
Yeah.
Not knowing anything. It's
That's
a
right.
fucking scary thing.
Yeah, it sure is. It sure is. And as it wears on now, you know, what are we into 9 months of it, 8 months of it?
Yeah, yeah, probably.
You know, everybody's grappling with it in a different way, you know.
Oh yeah, none of them are generally too good. Coping skills are not running super high.
No, and
Yeah.
and I think you're starting to see a lot of depression, and understandably.
Yeah, totally.
So,
Absolutely.
yeah. I mean, I've dealt with it. I just tried to stay on schedule and do my gym stuff and get my workout in every day and cook and read and stay busy and practice and write. And but I tell you, I do have my moments now, you know.
How can you not? Even when you're regimented, because at a certain point, you know, regimentation is discipline is typically exercised for a reason.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? You know, I'm sacrificing this to make the record. I'm practicing this to get ready to warm up for the tour in 6 months.
Exactly. Yeah.
The discipline is great, but when there's like an ambiguous, why am I being disciplined? It's hard to do, man. And everybody, I think, loses their shit.
Yeah, it is. And I've you know, spoken to some of my musician pals, and that is starting to set in.
Yeah.
A lot of people, you know, what am I doing? What am I practicing for?
Right. Yeah, I've talked to a ton of guys that saying, you know, that's the conversation.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm not quite there yet. I'm
Good.
plugging away.
Good.
I can't.
Good.
I just got too much stuff to learn.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. Toughest decision you had to make or most difficult thing you've had to do? And you might have said it already as far as leaving Phoenix.
Yeah, I don't know. I think those would have been those two big moves for me. Life-changing and very difficult.
And last question, and I just want to thank you again for all your, he's just a very nice guy, easy guy to talk to, man. And, and I hope, you know, at some point in time we get to sit down and have a cup of coffee. And
wouldn't that be great?
Or a
we'll have a Zoom cup of coffee.
a Casami. I just told you the name of the tequila, Casamigos, I think it's called. Yeah.
That'd be great, man. So where you're down in Tampa? Yeah.
I'm in Tampa. Yeah. I'm in Tampa. So if you're coming to Orlando, I'll be there, man. I'll be there.
I've never been to Orlando. We usually go. You know where
probably
Apalachicola is?
Right up in the Panhandle. Yeah.
Yeah, just in the Gulf. There is where we usually go to St. George Island.
When you're with Mark, you must come down here, though. Ruth Eckerd Hall, probably, or Capitol Theater.
We played Miami a few years ago at the Jackie Gleason Theater.
Right.
Jackie Gleason did his show. Yeah. But it's been a long time since we were there. I'm thinking that was 2008.
Oh, that's quite some time ago.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, we need to go have a drink.
Yeah, we need to have a drink, man. Solve the world's problems.
Yeah. Well, I'm here. Give a call, man. I'm always.
I will
have a chat. You know.
I will.
Yeah.
Biggest change in your personality over the last 10 years, and how much of that has been deliberate, and how much has just been a natural part of aging?
Wow, man. You asked the tough stuff. Yeah, well, I think I'd have to say Uh, I don't give a shit about a lot of stuff anymore like I used to. And that's the unnecessary stuff.
Yeah, like you lighten the load off your own shoulders.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
And what I really, really care about now, and it took me a while to get there, is what's important, man. Your family and your friends, and in my case, my work. And that's it. I can let stuff go pretty easily now.
Which is so healthy, man. And it's just like a 1,000,000-pound weight off your shoulders, isn't it?
I'll tell you when that started happening. You're younger than I am, so I don't know if you're there yet or not, but I was sometime right around, I mean, not exactly on my birthday, but sometime right around when I turned 50, stuff started just peeling away, you know, that didn't mean anything anymore to me. And I found that that continues as you get older. You know, I just turned 69 over this summer. And man, it's so freeing, you know, and knock wood, I'm in good health, and I'm pretty fit, and I feel good. I still feel like I'm going to live forever, you know, but it's just a lighter load somehow, you know. I still think I'm going to be the guy with the cockroaches who are going to inherit the earth, you know. The roaches are going to be crawling around.
Man, I feel the same way.
But I feel that way, you know. Yeah. So many people I talk to, you know, it's like they're planning to die or something. You go, fuck, man, not me. I still feel like I'm 30. I know that's not the case, but that's how I feel.
But exercise has so much to do with that, man.
It does. You know, that's something that I came to at 50 as well.
Really?
I remember being out on tour. It's 2001, and I turned 50 in London. And I just was depressed and thought, oh, fuck. And I never did anything. I never did any exercise. I didn't do sports as a kid. But I was always pretty trim, so I never felt I had to exercise, you know. But I turned 50.
You never smoked?
And I smoked. Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, wow.
2008.
Good for you for stopping.
But I just started feeling like shit. I felt like I was falling apart physically. And, you know, Mark and Glenn and a few of those guys were working out all the time, you know, in the hotels and stuff when we were on tour. And I thought, man, maybe there's something to this. So I waited till the tour was done, and I figured I'm at a crossroads. I can either get myself a really good rocking chair or let's see if there's something to this working out there.
I can get a rocking chair, or I can start working out.
Yeah. And so I
classic.
The wellness center up in our hospital that's just a few miles from us.
Right. And
got on a program. And within a week, man, within the first week, it changed my life.
Yeah.
And I've not looked back since. Every day I do something.
I think that is, and I read a lot about health, not much about, I'm not a big reader, but I do read a lot about health. Yeah. That is the greatest single medicine that you can do for your body on a regular basis, man. Eat healthy and exercise and get moving.
Big time. And the other thing is it kind of keeps the dark shadows away.
Totally.
You know? Yeah. I used to be a little prone to the dark side of things. And it just kind of holds that at bay. Wonderful.
Totally.
Yeah.
That's good, man. Good to do that. Yeah. At around 50, I'm 57, and when I hit 50, around the same thing happened to me. It's I made a conscious decision. I said, you know, I'm responsible for a lot of the things that are stressful in my life.
Right.
I can't control the things I'm not responsible for, but I can control that. And I just dropped them all.
Yeah.
Like flicking a light switch off, and my whole life was so much better. And
Yeah.
literally overnight.
Yeah.
It's
And I'm
really
just
weird.
physically a different person now, you know?
Yeah.
So anyway,
Right on, man.
that was a good decision. That was a good decision.
Let me tell people where to find you and what you got going on.
Uh-huh.
Richard Bennett is by far, and I'm not saying this to blow smoke up his ass, he is literally the most successful sideman I have had on this show. He's had a career that is like, you know, you read about, you know, his, like Al Casey, as to him, that's what he is to anybody that's modern playing sessions. And he's just a lovely guy. I went originally to listen, you know, I always listen to my guest's last record, and I wound up listening to his whole catalog. He's a really great songwriter. In lots, and he's got his own unique sort of like surf / blues / funk, but it works. It's not like, you know, sometimes you see a guitar player and he's doing surf, and then he's doing blues, and then you know, but you know what I'm talking about. That's not your stuff. You have a specific style that incorporates a bunch of genres, and it's great, and your songwriting is wonderful. So I would love everybody to go to richardbennett.com, Richard-Bennett, BENNETT.com. Everything that you'd want to know about him and his wheelbarrow is there. Also, all of his music is on iTunes, from Themes from a Rainy Decade. He's got a record out called Code Red Cloud 9, which has got some great, Casey's Place. I love, it's one of my favorite songs, and Right on Price, Right on the Corner. That record is being re-released on red vinyl, and if you'd like to get a copy of that, go to Yield Brother, YIELD brother.com. And also, Richard is the most invisible man in the world, but he does have a Facebook fan page, and so go there and like it. And man, just listen to this guy's music. He's just, there's a reason why he's had such a great career, and it doesn't stop with what he can do to serve other people. It's his music is wonderful.
You're far too kind, right?
No, man, I'm just telling it like it is, man. You know, that's it. I would say nothing. Is there anything else that you want to turn people on to, or that I could, you know, promote, or anything like that?
No, that's kind of you. No, I think that's plenty.
Okay, he's cringing.
My least favorite subject.
I know. Hang on one second. I'm just to say goodbye and wrap it. Thank you for everything, man. I really appreciate you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's been a real pleasure.
Yeah,
Everybody, thank you so much for listening. If you enjoyed this, please share it on your social media channels. We appreciate your support. Thanks very much to Richard Bennett. Please check out all of his music, which you could stream it everywhere, and go to richard-bennett.com and check out Code Red Cloud 9 on red vinyl at yieldbrother.com. And most important, man, especially nowadays, remember that happiness really is a choice. So choose wisely. Be nice, go play your guitar, and have fun. Till next time, peace and love, everybody. I am out. Richard, thank you so much, brother.